a separate vote. You have a report in front of you prepared by Marie to talk about, I think Ms. Watlington, Ms. Ajmira asked a few questions. Do you have that material? If you need that material, we can go through it. We're going to have a report on nuisance abatement, and I believe we've got materials that are specific to the West and Remount property intersection. Or yes, Ms. Ajmira asked a question about 7th and North Tryon, so that can be addressed when we come to that topic if you need additional information. And then the item 31 was the Blue Line Extension Origin Destination Study, and she asked, Ms. Watlington asked exactly what it was for, and especially that it's required by the federal government, and not necessarily making it necessary, but just required. Okay, so with that, may I have a motion for approval of consent items from items 20 through 46?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have Mr. Driggs and Mr. Eggleston for adoption of that. Is there any comment? Hearing no comments, then Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Ms. Johnson's on her way.
I know.
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Is there anyone that objects to the adoption of this motion? Hearing no objections, that passes unanimously. The next item that we're going to go through are the public, I see here, yeah, are the public hearings that we have scheduled. The first public hearing that I have is the public hearing on the general obligation bond referendum that we have. Do we have any speakers signed up for item number 5, the public hearing on the general obligation bond referendum and set for November the 3rd? Do we have any speakers? No, ma'am. All right, we have no speakers. Can I have a motion to open and close? I can't remember who said it. Who made the motion to open and close?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs, and who's second?
Yes. Second, Graham.
All right, Mr. Graham. All in favor of that motion, Ms. Isolt?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston? Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Is there anyone that objects to this motion? Hearing no objection, the hearing is by open and closed unanimously. Item number 6. It takes us to, is that our only public hearing? All right, so now we are at the city manager's report. Mr. Jones, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Did I say number 6? I'm sorry. Let's go back number 6. I don't have any pages on number 6 on my document. So hold on. Let me find the other agenda at the front of my book. Okay. Item number 6 is a public hearing on a resolution to close a portion of the alleyway between 21st Street and 22nd Street. Do I have a motion to open? Do we have any speakers, Madam Clerk? No speakers. Could I have a motion to open and close the public hearing on the resolution? We have a motion and a second. We have a motion and a second. We'll start with Ms. Watlington. Okay, Ms. Johnson? Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yep.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Is there anyone who objects to opening and closing the public hearing? Hearing none, that motion passes unanimously. Now we can go to item number 7, the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. So tonight, under the city manager's report, we have 4 items. Our COVID-19 response, which tonight we will talk more about some of the facilities and the renovations that are taking place as it relates to rework, is what we've entitled it. We have police department updates, which includes a recap of the events that occurred on June 2nd, as well as the events that occurred at Beatties Fort Road. Then the city attorney will give you an update on the city's nuisance abatement process, as well as there have been some questions about some specific properties which CMPD will be able to address, but also we've handed out to you some comments related to those properties. We had on the list 7th and North Tryon, but because that is item number 11 under business, the discussion related to that, Tracy and company will be queued up when we get to item 11. But before I turn it over to Phil, who's going to give us an update on what we're calling rework, some of the facility improvements to support a new way of working, I just want to do a little bit of recap of what we've been discussing over the last couple of months as it relates to keeping our employees safe and still providing core services. As you may recall, a couple of weeks ago, we discussed first responders and how they never really stopped responding, as well as the operations staff that beginning in the first couple of weeks in June, they started to come back to what I would call something closer to full capacity. You had a number of questions last week, which we answered in your packet on Thursday, dealing with how do we keep employees safe. I do want to mention our water director, our CDOT director, as well as our solid waste director and general services. The four of them have been working as this operations subgroup, and there are many things that we have been doing up to this point to make sure that we keep our employees as safe as we possibly can. Some of the items have been staggered arrival time. They've been not just PPE that we're providing, but options that an employee in operations can leave their house, get in his or her truck, never have to punch a clock, and limiting opportunities for people to be into buildings. So a lot of this has been with employee feedback and input, but now we're at I would call the third stage, which is there are many individuals who have been teleworking, and as you may recall, with the CARES funding, there's money that's set aside for our facility renovations, and I mean all of the facilities, so that we can create an environment for our employees to come back to work safely. So with that said, I'd like to turn it over to Phil Rieger to talk a bit about some of the plans for rework.
So if we could, somebody needs to mute their computer, please.
Mayor Lyles, this is Phil. Can you hear me?
We can. Are we supposed to be able to see you on the screen? Here. We got your.
Can everybody hear me? I'll just do a quick sound check for our roll.
Yes. Good.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Lyles, members of council. My name is Phil Rieger. I'm the General Services Director. And as the manager said, I want to just review very quickly some facility improvements that we have planned that support the return of our employees to the workplace, particularly our facilities, and a safe return, as well as a productive return. It goes without saying that our community, our nation, and our world has been challenged by the COVID pandemic. And tonight, and we have been challenged as a city to rethink, reimagine, and invent the way we work. Tonight I'm going to share with you plans to rework our facilities by making improvements to support those employees working in them such that they can work safe and productive. If we could go to the next slide, please. Across all of our categories of work, we've had to make adjustments. The manager talked about our public safety servicemen and women who are continuing to serve our community on the front lines. He talked about the adjustments we've had to make in our operational units. Tonight, I want to focus on our administrative staff, our staff that work primarily in our facilities. And since March we've relied on remote work to continue services. And to this point, all reports point to remote work being a successful arrangement to manage our work. We believe that the work environment of the future includes a combination of in-office and remote work environments. The pandemic has forced us to adjust to remote work as a city where applicable, and we plan to retain remote working schedules as a more permanent part of our work. In addition to maintaining social distancing, remote work yields benefits to employees, to the employer, or us, the city, and to our community. Next slide, please. So just to review some of those benefits, remote work creates an agile and flexible workforce, a workforce that can provide uninterrupted services from anywhere with power and network connectivity. It offers increased flexibility, enhanced work-life balance, and fewer commuter trips for employees. We're able to use our space more efficiently, supporting greater numbers of employees, and at the same time, providing a less dense building, that is fewer employees in the building at any given time. In addition, we can minimize the city's reliance on leased facilities. Fewer trips by our workforce reduce the quantity of fossil fuels burned and thus reduces the greenhouse gases emitted into the environment, which is consistent with our CEAC goals. So in order to support a new work environment, an environment that requires employees to work in the office as well as remotely, we've got to make some facility improvements to ensure that our facilities are safe and effectively support productive remote work and work in the office. Next slide, please. So our facility improvements are intended to meet 4 goals: safety of our workforce and the public, workforce productivity and facility efficiency, and connecting with our community, and improved resiliency. And I'll walk through how we'll accomplish each goal. Next slide, please. So on the safety front, maybe most importantly, or first and foremost, we plan to install what's called HVAC bipolar ionization units. These are accessory units that bolt on to HVAC systems to reduce the circulation of pathogens and molds. These units have been tested by an independent lab and have been found to be 99% effective. This is technology that's used in hospitals. And we plan to install them in approximately 140 of our facilities. And these are the facilities that house our workforce. We have plans to install touchless faucets in areas or restrooms with traffic. We plan to replace and install new workstations to ensure appropriate social distancing, but also improve our ability to sanitize and clean surfaces. We plan to continue to install sneeze guards in our transaction areas, as you've seen around the government center, and to install signage that encourage safe behaviors. Next slide, please. As it relates to workforce productivity and facility efficiency, and a part of the safety goal, we will be making floor plan renovations. And these renovations will allow us to reunite departments. We currently have departments scattered across 3 and 4 floors in the government center, as well as across other facilities in the city. Our renovations will allow us to bring departments, reunite departments on single floors of the government center. For example, our I&T department is spread across 4 floors. We're going to be able to bring them onto 1 floor. We're going to be able to relocate services back into the CMGC. For example, we'll be able to bring economic development to the CMGC, as well as bring risk management from the Cameron Brown building back to the CMGC. And finally, we're going to be able to create new spaces that we are calling flex space, which offers employees that work outside of our government center but have to frequent the government center a place to land while they're there, so they don't feel like they have to go back, travel back and forth to accomplish their work. Next slide, please. As it relates to connecting to our community, our plan is to relocate, if not already located, customer-facing services on the first 2 floors of our government center. And the idea here is to minimize the amount of movement around the government center that our public has to do in order to receive the services that they come to the government center for. That is good for our customers, and it's also good for our employees because it prevents anybody that may be COVID positive from moving up and down the building. Next slide, please. And then finally, this plan will increase our resiliency as a city and as a workforce. And we will support an adaptive workforce through technology improvements. And we plan to make Wi-Fi improvements in our buildings to make our buildings more flexible, low-touch office telephone systems, hardware to enable our workforce to work from home or other locations. We're going to increase network security. We'll need to do that and optimize our networks. Next slide, please. This will cost some money, and so we've done some work around what an estimated budget or an estimated cost for these improvements are. And these improvements are planned to be funded by the CARES Act that the manager referenced earlier. For our facilities, and again, this is all of our facilities, we think that our cost estimate to achieve these goals will be around $8 to $9 million. To do the HVAC upfits, we plan to spend about $4.5 to $5.5 million. And then finally, the technology investments will cost about $9 to $10 million. This is just shy on the high end of about $24.5 million. So that ends my presentation, and with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions on the rework? Mr. Winston? Mr. Winston? Mr. Driggs? Okay, can they hear me? Okay,
Bill,
all right.
do we expect to realize any actual savings on our continuing occupancy cost as a result of this, or are we really just going to reduce crowding in the existing space? I mean, I think the costs you referred to are basically upfront costs, right, to make the changes. But are we going to be occupying less space?
No, sir, we won't, and our leases with our other tenants will remain the same. I would like to point out, though, that bringing risk management back into the CMGC will mean that we will not need to rent the Cameron Brown space that we have, and that represents about $250,000 a year.
All right. Mr. Winston?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
So thank you, Mr. Rieger. You did a good job of explaining how we're looking at getting the business aspect of government going, but most important part of government in the American system is democracy. And democracy has been short-circuited. It is the ability for citizens to confront their government and to come and face us and question us and hold us accountable. It's also the ability of us as representatives to be able to look each other in the eyes as well. I didn't see any examples of planning to figure out how did we do this in an effective manner. It's been 4 months, and we haven't been able to really deal with democracy full on, face on. So how are we going to do that? Where's the plan for that? What do we need to do to get there?
So, Mr. Winston, I'll jump in. A piece of what Phil provided was trying to create that safe environment on those first 3 or 4 floors of this building. And by having some of these HVAC system improvements and being able to have a building that has PPE and some of the things that we need in order to allow the democracy to occur, we believe that begins it. But you and I have talked about, maybe there's something very, very different. How do we utilize our front porch? How do we utilize other areas that are available to us? Because I think where you're going is that social distancing is going to limit people's ability to interact within a building. So what can we do beyond just the building?
All right.
Yeah, I do think I agree, and we have talked. I do think that needs to be a conversation that we have sooner rather than later. Again, being that our government is based on that. Yes, we can do all the business and we get that done. I know that's your job, to be CEO of this organization. But we got to get democracy working again here in Charlotte.
All right. I don't have anyone else on this topic. Mr. Jones, should we
That's it.
move to the next one?
That's right. So, Mayor and Council, the next item that we have are 2 police updates, and I believe that we will have Chief Jennings and his team provide you with information related to the Beatties Ford Road incident as well as the June 2nd. But I would like to, much like before I turn it over to Phil, before I turn it over to the Chief, I would like to talk a little bit about the last time we were together and violence reduction strategies that are out there. So I heard you loudly and clearly. One of the things that we talked about consistently for almost a year now is to be this data-driven organization that is using evidence-based research in order to make a change in this violence reduction. So I'm very appreciative for the hard work that the mayor has done, the mayor pro tem, Councilmember Eggleston, and everybody who's been pushing the what we need to do in terms of our safe communities. 2 things I'd like to do is start off by saying that the city just received a silver level from what we call What Works Cities. We're one of only 24 cities that currently have this designation. So thank you so much, Rebecca Hefner, and our CIO, Renee Askew. This is the first time the city has received this designation. The reason I say that is because a lot of what we're going to have to do in the future is going to be based on data as well as evidence-based approaches. So what I did do over the course of the last week, I had several conversations with not just council members, but members of the community, and we talked a bit about this hospital-based violence interruption program, which we feel very confident that we will be able to launch that quickly. But also we talked about the street outreach for the violence interrupters, and I spent some time with Robert Dawkins. We spent some time with Gibby Harris, and we believe that Cure Violence is the quickest pathway forward. It is something that we have been discussing for a number of years. Individuals have made trips to Chicago. What we've learned is that with this approach, the tool is a very proven tool. Implementation is where we have to be careful that we get it the right way. So we had a conversation, Sarah Hazel and I, with Cure Violence today, and what we are doing is moving forward in terms of the first step, which is to have an assessment. That assessment, we're a little bit in a strange area because they're not traveling right now. But the assessment, we talked about the parameters around that, and that we could do that as quickly as we could get the individuals from Cure Violence here in the city. We're having a series of conversations with the county this week. We continue to be partners, and my expectation is that we will continue to be partners in this initiative. The last thing that I do want to say before I turn it over to the chief is that there was some concern about the Jumpstart grants and that being so heavily utilized by some of the violence interrupters. What I will say to you that in the corridor budget that I showed you last week on the operating side, that $10 million, there was $380,000 of contingency. I'd like to go straight into the contingency to begin the efforts around the violence interrupters, both the hospital-based and the street outreach. And I believe that if we do, when we do this, we'll be the first city in the state to have that dual approach to it. Again, evidence-based. We have a good deal of collaboration. It's going to be a great deal of collaboration, and we have the resources to move forward. But I just wanted to put that out before we turned it over to Chief Jennings, because as he goes through these presentations, it's going to be very clear that policing alone is not going to be our solution. So with that said, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Jennings.
Manager, Madam Mayor, members of council, thanks for having me. It does sadden me to be here on afternoon after such a violent weekend. As you've seen, we had just last night a 16-year-old who was murdered. The night prior before that was a 17-year-old. A couple weeks ago, we had a 14-year-old. So since June 2nd, we've seen 22 homicides, and there have been 9 of those that have been under the age of 18. So as we talk about police accountability, I think we need to have that same passion for violent crime. I think there's room for both. You're going to hear some presentations this afternoon about some things that we're doing and some things that we have accomplished and been able to do. And hopefully you'll get a better understanding of the Betty's Ford Road investigation as well as the June 2nd recap. So I'm going to have Major Dave Robinson come up. He's going to talk about the Betty's Ford Road incident.
Thank you, Chief. The Beatty's Ford Road presentation as it stands, before we get down into the weeds, if you will, I'd like to give council just a brief overview of Metro in general, Metro Division, and exactly where we are for the year. Then we'll talk about the Beatty's Ford Road corridor as it exists. And Spence Cochran, a lieutenant from Metro, is here to talk about efforts over the years. And then we'll get into the celebrations, calls for service for Juneteenth, and also the 14-year-old homicide update as well. So the Metro Division is 13.1 square miles, and it encompasses 31,000 community members. We've been part of that community forever as CMPD, and feel part of the fabric of that community. For the year, we are up 5% in violent crime for Metro as a whole. That encompasses 312 violent crimes this year for 2020. This time last year, in the entire Metro Division, we had 298 violent crimes. Our property crime is down 5%, and that follows a citywide trend. And the thought is that with more people home with the COVID pandemic, that year-to-date number is 1,074 property crimes versus about 1,133 this time last year. So totally Part 1 crimes in Metro Division is down 3% year-to-date. Now, when we talk about what we bring to the table as CMPD in terms of helping to enhance safety and security within the community, we have to talk about the number of times we get called to that corridor. So now I want to take your attention straight to the Beatties Ford Road corridor, and that basically encompasses from the team office on Beatties Ford all the way to 85 and Catherine Simmons and those communities there, Food Line and in that area, Beatties Ford and LaSalle. So if you could go with me in your minds as to where that is. So we average year over year approximately 7,000 calls for service that have been initiated by citizens. So that means that one of the 31,000 residents picks up the phone and calls and asks for police services. That number, I believe, is even less than, because a lot of the calls we get are duplicated and duped into what we call duped into another call. This year, we've received about 3,300 approximately calls for service, and this was at the end of June. So within the last couple of weeks, we had to cut off our data then, but 7,000 a year, and we're on track this year with 3,300, just about to be along those same lines. Now, you might be asking, okay, what about officer activities? What are the police doing out there? What are we capturing as far as our data goes? And year over year, we average about 1,500 calls for service that we initiate. That could be a traffic stop or getting out with somebody or just making zone check numbers, which generates a call for service. And that's about 1,500 a year. And it's been that way for the past 3 years. So that's the work. And when we're talking about violent crime, we can also talk about gun seizures. And this year we're up 18% in gun seizures. CMPD has taken 163 guns off the street in the Metro Division, and that's up over last year. In fact, before I turn it over to Spence, one of the gun seizures was from a week ago. It involved a kid who was 14 years of age, and he had a sawed-off shotgun in his backpack. We got a community member who called and said, I think there's something going on here. An officer very deftly and correctly made contact with this juvenile and was able to secure this sawed-off shotgun, which, let's be honest, nobody has any right or reason as a 14-year-old to carry a weapon, particularly a sawed-off shotgun. That was an effort to de-escalate, to take that weapon out of that child's possession, and I would argue delete any opportunity for that child to be involved in a violent crime, either as a victim or as a suspect. So without further ado, just to talk about some of the historical work that's been going on, I'm not the guy to tell you that. I would leave it to the expert. Lieutenant Spence Cochran has spent every year of his 30 years here with CMPD assigned to the Metro Division, and I can think of nobody better to talk about the historical work that's been going on around the Beatties Ford and LaSalle intersection and corridor than Lieutenant Spence Cochran. Spence?
Thank you, Major. It's exciting to be here because, again, I can talk about the work. A lot of times in my position, you get a chance to go in front of the city and explain all the work being done in a certain area. I've been fortunate to be on Basic Road for almost 30 years. One area, one spot, my whole career. And from that, I've seen a lot. It has changed drastically over the years. From the cocaine epidemic, the heroin coming in, to improvements on the corridor. The main thing is, for the last several years, the city, including CMPD, has known that this corridor is very important. And I always say how the corridor goes, Basic Road goes, how the city goes. And with that, a lot of meetings has gone on, but how can we improve the corridor and investments? What can we do to make the corridor better? The police is very good at locking up. We can arrest a lot of people. Metro is very good at making arrests and catching the bad guys. But that's not going to solve our problem. We got to be involved in the neighborhood and the community, and not just on a law enforcement standpoint, but other things too. We need partners. And from those partners, economic development, community improvement, neighborhood development. Because again, those services, when we use neighborhood development to help us get grants, improve the neighborhood, security grants, facade grants, the business getting better, it improves everything. Violence goes down, crime goes down, and the community improves. Money flows into the neighborhood, normally the neighborhood gets better. Economic development is important to us because of that. Also, with our code enforcement, community improvement. These are people that, again, as police officers, well, why is community improvement, why is the code enforcement that important to what you do? It's important because, again, those vacant lots, abandoned cars, as that hang out in the neighborhood, makes everything looks bad. Looks bad, hurts us. Again, by having that relationship with those different departments, it improves everything. The federal government. We've met with them on numerous times, and at that time, they actually didn't see the property, but the federal government gives you a call about your property and say you need to improve your property or we're going to get involved. Normally that helps. So sympathy and their relationship with the federal government and different businesses actually had helped a lot. With one big business on a strip mall that, again, had issues with, the federal government got involved, advised that clean up the act, get rid of crime, reduce all the nuisance, community complaints, then we will release you from any kind of liens we might have on you. That has happened, the neighborhood improved, and I think that gets better again. Well, what about CDOT? How does, CDOT affect crime? Well, that's helped us with traffic lights, street lighting, the bus, transportation, again, bus stops, improving the bus stops, where bus stops didn't have the lighting correctly, a tree over it, it's overgrown. When that happens and it's dark, who wants to a dark bus stop? We only hang a dark bus stop, guys doing crime. You clean that bus stop up, that helps us out. So again, CDOT came in, put a new light out, took out a tree. Again, that helped us a lot. The schools, we got involved in the schools. Young people, how can we get out with them? Through meetings, community meetings, all the reading to the school, students at school, that gets on the playground, gets out there with them, so we're in contact. I'm concerned about now because it's COVID. All that hands-on stuff that we used to do, pulled back. How does that affect the neighborhood? Our community meetings, we don't have any more because, again, how we get back into that? All the neighborhood stuff, all the events, food drop-off, the gift giving, everything we used to do hands-on, we kind of pulled back. So, again, as a police department, we got to re-step from it. And we got to look at it again. How can we still get out of the neighborhood, but again, with a new restriction? That's going to be our challenge coming up. How can we get back out there, do what we normally do, with the restrictions we have on? I want to assure you that as far as being out there, are we doing the right thing at the right time? Yes. We're not going to stop, but we will have to do invent a few new ways to get out there in front of the neighborhood to maintain that same kind of visibility, respect, and again, transparency. And if they don't see us, they don't know us. So my job is to make sure my guys are out there so we're seen and so they know.
Thank you, Spence. Like I said, Spence has credibility for days, years, and his career is built on those partnerships up and down the corridor and in Metro as a whole. And Spence, thank you for your service and 30 years of doing great work. As we move we are having some technical difficulties for those coming along. I think we're back online. That's good. If not, it is in iLegislate. So for those who can look in there and see, we're on slide number 5. As you look at our efforts in the area, before we go to that, and they include bike patrols, walking beats, traffic enforcement. As we know, that's a Vision Zero corridor, and the neighborhood has been very specific about trying to do something about traffic safety due to pedestrian travel along that road. CMPD's been involved with food drives. We've been involved with the homeless initiatives of trying to improve the lives of those who are in our most challenged. Door-to-door community interactions, particularly after a major event. And of course, our community meetings and then our partnerships. We had the opportunity and the privilege of being part of Councilman Graham's virtual meeting with community members the other night. Spence and I did, and it was a very rewarding and meaningful experience. And that's indicative of the type of work that's been going on in Metro for a long time. But as we look at the crime from 2014 to 2020 in the year to date, as you can see, we followed a trajectory. And if you look at the gold, that is our most pressing issue when it comes to policing within this corridor. And it has to do with aggravated assault. One human being hurting another. And when we talk about that, an aggravated assault can be something as simple as punching somebody, causing significant injury, usually with a weapon, a brick, a rock, things like that, all the way up to someone being shot. And that does not include homicide. We pulled that stat out as well. And as you can see, and I do want to remind everybody who's looking that this 6/30/2020 again was our cutoff date for the stats to get the presentation as sharp as we could. When you look at the robbery numbers, that's a big deal, and that's personal and business robberies. And so if you are a resident of Beatties Ford and know that within a period of time in that corridor, We've had 17 robberies this year alone within the corridor. That plays in with the perception of potentially not being safe in an area. And so these are numbers that we track and combat daily. You look at the homicides, and as we transition throughout the presentation, moving toward the end, we have to talk about, now you see 2 for 2020. That's actually going to be an elevated number. It'll be 5 because of the Jim Cates shooting, and we'll talk about that. We could take next slide, please. We're going to talk about the violent crime victims by age. You can see that under 14, 71 people under the age of 14 were victimized with violent crime. You see the largest numbers, 18 to 49, obviously our folks within that range. And then our older folks, and I'm nearing that age as well, but over 50, 135 times. And then unknown, 18. Next slide, please. These graphs show the breakdown of what our violent crime that's domestic related, because a lot of people think that it's all about just DVs. And I will say that DVs are one of the most volatile situations that your police officers face every day, because you don't know what you're going into. Just in another part of the country this week, in fact, 2 officers were killed going to a domestic. So it is a volatile, highly charged situation, and something that we don't take lightly. But 22% within the corridor were domestic related, 78% were not. If you look at the breakdown for gender, from 17 to 20, 56% were males. Violent crime victims, 44% were females. And again, this is within the Beatties Ford corridor. If you look at the racial breakdown, 88% of our violent crime victims are African American, 5% Hispanic Latino, 5% white, and then a sliver there that is other or unknown. So as you can see, our response to the 31,000 residents who live in Metro, it involves folks who are victimized at a disproportionate level. And that's something that every police officer and supervisor and member of command and executive staff up to the chief of police takes very seriously. And we look forward to developing further solutions that would enhance that opportunity. Next slide. So you say, well, Dave, that all sounds, like a lot of information, but what are really the challenges? What I can tell you is that the challenges have to do with fear. And I mentioned the fear of walking down the street about a robbery, worried about being victimized for an aggravated assault or witnessing some horrific crime. I don't believe that people are afraid of us. I don't believe that. And I don't believe our chief does either. What I believe are that people are afraid of retribution from within the community if they cooperate with us. And that is something that is difficult to overcome. It doesn't matter if it's a business owner, or a private citizen. And we do see quite a few times where people just don't want to work with us. And it doesn't matter how many food drives we do or how we get out there and try to shake hands. It just sometimes doesn't work out. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. Misdemeanor enforcement. A lot of people complain the most about things that are minor. Drinking on the street corner, littering, broken windows theory. We have all heard about that. But the truth of the matter is that it's tough for us, because before we can even, if we take enforcement action and arrest somebody, let's say for drinking on the sidewalk, oftentimes they're back out of jail, walking right back to Metro before the officer is even finished with his or her paperwork. That's difficult. And as I said at the top, many local residents are just hesitant due to a fear of retaliation. Now, is that every single time? No. And I want to say this, we've got good cooperation from a handful of folks who want to do better and want us to do better and hold us accountable. Again, to reference Councilman Graham's meeting the other night, that was an opportunity to hear from absolutely the residents, the community leaders and residents who are holding us accountable. And those are the relationships that we covet and want to promote. So the other thing is we get a lot of complaints about bus stops, and Spence touched on this a little bit. The issue is, though, how do you differentiate somebody who's waiting to go to the bus stop to wait for the bus to take them to their job, or a medical appointment or to school, from those who are just standing around loitering. And again, that's when we need to hear from residents to tell us that, and that's oftentimes difficult. Next slide, please. So I realize that the next two events that we're going to talk about, there may be some questions, and I'm certainly open to answering as much as I can about that. A couple of ground rules for us as police is that the case in its entirety, the prosecution, the investigation, there's nothing about that we would ever want to compromise, no matter what. And as much as we want to deliver every piece of information publicly and be as transparent as we can, there's certain things about that frankly, I'm not even privy to and don't have the authorization or the ability to speak on. But with that being said, I want to give you everything that I can so that there's at least a more firm understanding of what exactly these two events. And I'm talking about the Juneteenth Father's Day shooting and also the 14-year-old that we can move through. Next slide, please. So starting with the Juneteenth celebration, we looked at that as obviously we didn't know at the time, but on Friday, there was an authorized, pre-planned, approved through the city gathering during the day for the Juneteenth celebration that went off perfectly. There were no issues whatsoever. Throughout the evening, there were no calls for service. Throughout the evening, the gatherings resulted, if we can go to the next slide, resulted in several calls for service that officers responded to, talking about vehicles blocking intersections, some fireworks, large groups spinning out tires, and that's been a big question. I just like to put that on the table right now. I've heard from several people saying, why didn't you guys take action on that activity? And the truth of the matter is that we operate try to be reasonable in terms of what we do and how we do it. And the reasonableness quotient for us is met when we can do things that seek to mitigate, block off access to where numerous cars can't come down. Obviously, we had officers within the vicinity that were there and that were able to report back to us. We did have some shots fired calls in and around the area, but anybody who knows anything about Charlotte, that sometimes we get fireworks calls that are misinterpreted as gunshots, and we have to navigate through that. Next slide, please. The Saturday event, there was nothing sanctioned by the city, to our knowledge at that point, and the city is great about communicating with us about what that is. Officers responded to calls for service, numerous calls, in fact, where we went out and we took action. There's drug sales, gunshots, too many people on the corner, calls that, typically we would go out and handle and answer. There's a convenience store in the area that frequently calls our Metro officers to the scene because of an overcrowding of the parking lot or the gas pumps. And we've worked with that business owner trying to look for longer term solutions and just said, hey, you need to close the business for a little bit and, let's let people clear out and then we can, live to fight another day. And we've been unable, as I said earlier, cooperation in that regard is tough to come by sometimes. We did close Beatties Ford Road on Saturday. We closed it. Now, you're going to say, well, wait a minute, you closed Beatties Ford so people couldn't leave. That's not true. There's literally 100 methods of egress and ingress. We shut down Beatties Ford nearer to the team office and down near 85 with opportunities for people to move around. And then as the crowd size decreased, we were able to open Beatties Ford again and to allow for traffic to move through there and pedestrian safety. Now, Sunday, Father's Day, a day that will stick with me forever in terms of my thought process along with how we looked at this day. Crowds had gathered along the sidewalks in the street. Now, mind you, prior to this, we had no arrests, no CEU deployments, no riot control agents. Even if there was no TRO, there's no way we could have used them or would have used them because there was no reason to do that. This, by all accounts, for the Friday and the Saturday, other than the calls for service, for the most part, was a very lawful and peaceful gathering. And I would challenge anybody to help us dissect our response to that. Not saying that we are or ever will be perfect, because we're made up of human beings, but I will say that our response was thoughtful and thought out in a way that was consistent, I believe, with our values and what we've heard from the community as to what the expectation is. The convenience store was a problem again that night. We had received very few calls for service related to anything pertaining to the crowd that had assembled at Beatty's Ford within the corridor, where the initial medic call for service that came out about the pedestrian being struck by the vehicle. When we first got that call, we had officers that were in the area who could immediately respond as they did. And as they responded, next slide, yeah, that's a good one, that we heard several gunshots in the immediate area. And as you've heard, as our chief has stated before, there were over 180 gunshots from multiple different caliber weapons, causing the death of the people there. A total of 9 people were struck by gunfire. 4 people are deceased. 3 were victims of gunshots, and the 1 victim was hit by a vehicle. An additional 4 people were hit by vehicles, suffering minor injuries. And as I said, recovered approximately 180 bullet casings from the scene. To date, no arrests and no witnesses. It's easy to say, well, then what are the police doing? Why aren't we making an arrest? Why don't we have some headway or some resolution to this case? And what I can tell you is that since that night, these detectives, these crime scene technicians, these laboratory folks have worked doggedly and worked around the clock to try and figure it out and to make some sense of it. But I can tell you this too, what we need is cooperation. And all the Crime Stoppers tips in the world don't help us if it's hearsay. They don't help us if it is something to the extent of so-and-so said so-and-so might know something. Because even though we run all that down, none of that to date has borne fruit. And I'll reiterate to those who might be watching or interested that Crime Stoppers is an invaluable way to stay anonymous and to be paid for your information. 704-334-1600. Crime Stoppers, I'll say it again. It's the lifeblood of what we do. That's why the cooperation or lack thereof is so critical to these investigations. If you hear a little emotion in my voice, it's unintentional. I can't control it, but I can tell you that the fact that 9 human beings were shot or injured, 4 of whom died, and the carnage out there for that, I don't think there's any police officer in the world, particularly in Metro Division, that wants to stomach that or take that as a status quo. And I can tell you that it is sickening to anybody who has worked in that area, to a man like Lieutenant Cochran, who's given his whole career to that. It's not a good thing. And we're not going to be satisfied until somebody's brought to justice on that. Next slide. The 14-year-old shooting, and I'll say this, I can tell you without equivocation, I've seen a lot of stuff in my career, things that really nobody should see, quite honestly, involving violence and death, quite frankly, blood, things like that, that really, as police officers will tell you, never gets easy. The video associated with this senseless crime is one of those times that I wish I really hadn't seen it, because I can tell you that what I see is a chaotic, very rapidly evolving scene. Now, do you remember earlier in the presentation we talked about the 14-year-old with the sawed-off shotgun? If anybody doesn't think that there are kids out here in the streets carrying guns, there are. And when we hear a 14-year-old's been murdered, we immediately go to what our picture is of a 14-year-old child hanging out outside an arcade near a gas station, and what that looks like to us, or what that feels like to us, and the emotion that comes with that. What I would caution everybody to do is to withhold judgment until the investigation has concluded. And what I can tell you is that just like on the Juneteenth case, this case has not been stopped. This case has not been paused in any way, shape, or form in terms of how our detectives and our investigators have worked it. Obviously, if anybody knows a child or has a child, you know that that's something that we don't take lightly. What I will say is that there are circumstances involving this case, and in particular this victim. And we've been in close contact with the victim's family that indicate there's more to this story. And I would just, I wish we were 48 hours ahead so that I could tell you that we've had some resolution to this case. I believe we're close, and I believe we'll be able to present our case very soon as to the adjudication, and certainly the presentation of this case to the district attorney. That was the case on June 30th at 1:30, and there was a violent altercation that resulted in the death of the 14-year-old and the shooting of an older male, the male that was transported, as we've said in numerous press releases, down to West Trade by a private vehicle, and then was picked up by medic where he received treatment. He has survived. So, as I said with the case earlier, we need cooperation. We need that one break, that one piece of information that would help us bring this case to resolution. I've already talked about crime stoppers. I'm not going to bore you again or waste your time with that number, but that is it's where we are. Again, we pursue strong leads where they take us. We follow in the pursuit of truth and justice, and for the justice and resolution for those folks most affected by this crime. Next slide. I don't hear any questions, so that'll be it for me. Kidding. If you got any questions for me, I'll be glad to entertain them and go from there.
Mr. Jones, do you have anything before we begin the questions from council members?
No, we can go right into the questions, Mayor.
Okay. Before we begin with those questions, it was really hard for me to come back into the office today because it reminded me of last summer, just about the same time, is when we really started talking about how do we actually do something about violence in the city, and it's so many things that are similar from just a year ago. The painfulness of this in our community is destroying our history, our heritage, our ability for people to feel safe and welcoming in our city, for people to feel like they have an opportunity in our city. So while we are having this discussion, I hope that we'll not forget that what's behind all of this are people that have become victims and have lost their lives. They've always been someone's child, someone's father, someone's mom, and that we can never forget that a city is made up of people that feel like they can be together. And if we can't figure out how to take these steps together, I think as a community we can build as many big buildings, and eventually we'll put fences around all of them, because that's what would be required. So I'm really glad to hear that the manager is working with the hospital systems to have immediate support for people that are having gunshot wounds. I'm really glad that the manager has been able to plan for us to put people in our neighborhoods that will address the question of retaliation or the feeling that they can't do anything, that they're hopeless without these efforts. But at the same time, we have some responsibilities that are beyond just the violence that we have going on. I say that because walking on Catherine Simmons, looking at those apartment buildings, speaking with Councilmember Graham today, thinking about those places where an owner will not close when a police officer says it's necessary. So just like all of us, I think we are committed to this, and I hope that we will continue to think about this as every city council committee begins their work. One of the very first things, we're going to talk a little bit about nuisance locations, and how does that actually work with the idea of evidence-based strategies to reduce violence in our city. But not just doing it by buildings and strategies, but thinking always that the end game is that person that needs to walk to the bus stop safely, get on a bus, go to work, and come back home without fear for their lives. And so with that, we're going to hear from the person that Beatties Ford Road is represented by, Councilmember Graham, followed by Mayor Pro Tem Isel. Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Mr. Manager, Chief Jennings. I want to thank you for that presentation, Major Robinson and Lieutenant Cochran. First, I just want to thank again Major Robinson and Lieutenant Cochran and CMPD. For the last week and a half, I made a number of inquiries to them, to the police department for information, and they have been really responsive to my request. And so I want to say thank you for that. I also want to thank Major Robinson and Lieutenant Cochran for joining me last week. We had about 35 neighborhood leaders on a web call where we discussed these incidents in total. The call was interesting, forward-thinking, and we were very transparent about what we felt and what we were feeling to a number of issues concerning Beatties Ford Road. And I want to thank them for sitting there with me and taking it along with me, but really for their professionalism and their response to what's going on there. So I'll start there by saying that we're all on the same page, we're all on the same team. We all are trying to solve the same problems. I really don't have any questions, Madam Mayor and Mr. Manager, because as you know, I tend to do my work during the week, not at the council dais. And so I had a number of conversations over the last week with the city manager, the mayor, Lieutenant Cochran, Major Robinson, my neighborhood leaders, about what happened on those two occasions. I think the presentation was appropriate and very transparent. There are some issues that we agree, that we disagree, community leaders and I, and I'm not going to rehash that because again, we've had those conversations last week with the leaders. One in particular, again, is we got rid of street racing in the 60s and the 70s, and when it happens in our city, in any part of the city, it needs to be hit out immediately. But I'm not going to rehash that point. I hear the presentation, and I understand the dilemma that the police officers were in the decision that they made. Some of my neighborhood leaders understand it as well. Others do not. But we're all moving in the same direction, and I just want to kind of give some highlights of that meeting from the outcomes that I think represent where the citizens are on Beatties Ford Road. One, we want strong law enforcement that's fair and balanced on the border. We don't expect anything more. We don't expect anything less. We clearly understand about the misdemeanors, Major Robinson, how cumbersome that can be. But we also believe that somehow you got to fix the broken window and that we have to be intentional about cleaning up the border. And that may mean provide and focusing on strong law enforcement that's fair and balanced, like I said before. It may mean more work for law officers just to see that same suspect walk the street an hour later, but it's important. It's also important that we believe, Mr. Manager, that we provide strong wraparound services for the corridor. So we like the balanced interruption strategy that you're undertaking. We desperately need support for the homeless along the corridor, drug intervention. There are a number of housing issues that we need to resolve. And again, there's mental health issues, because when we do the strong law enforcement, as I believe needs to occur, we need to make sure that we're providing services to those that we will be interacting with. There are some nuisance on the corridor that we need to provide nuisance abatement. I know we're going to talk about that later, but we need to call it for what it is. We know the houses that are causing the problems on Catherine Simmons. We know where the hot spots are on the corridor. We know where the drugs are being sold. And neighbors are just simply asking for, again, fair and balanced law enforcement so that the community can be safe and that we can prepare ourselves for economic development. A part of that also, Mr. Manager and Madam Mayor, is strong code enforcement. I think Lieutenant Cochran is absolutely correct. We need economic development activities on the ground, wrapped around with code enforcement to enforce violations so that when we do prepare our public nuisance, that there is not only a criminal report that we can refer back to, but a wide variety of code enforcement, which will make our case that much stronger. We also believe that there needs to be investment in businesses along the corridor, those who are currently working on the corridor and those who are planning projects, that they need support. And we hope that the city would utilize the $24.5 million to support those emerging businesses that have indicated a desire to work on the corridor. We also believe that there's an opportunity for placemaking along the corridor, one in particular being the best water plant and bus shelters. And again, these are all things that Lieutenant Cochran has said over and over again that we have to do. We can't just do it for 2, 3, or 4 months. We have to be very consistent over years, even when they deface the bus shelters on Tuesday, we got to be out there on Thursday to clean it up for the community. So I didn't say a whole lot about the incidents because we all know what happened. We all know that crime and violence is impacting our city, and the last couple of weeks impacted Batesford Road. But I suggest to you that this is not a District 2 issue at all. It's a city issue, and everybody should be held accountable. And my neighborhood leaders did that as well. Not only me and Lieutenant Cochran and Major Robinson, but they held the mayor and the at-large representative and everybody on council for finally doing what is necessary to correct a wrong that has been going on for some 40 years in terms of lack of investment along the corridor, what they believe, some believe, of lack of policing along the corridor. And folks said that they have had enough. I agree with them and stand ready to support them. So again, thank you, Major Robinson. Thank you, Lieutenant Cochran. Mr. Manager, thank you for working with me over the last couple of days. I know I've been annoying with the phone calls back and forth, but I think the meeting today we had was really, really productive, and I hope that we can accomplish many of the things that we talked about. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
You want me to go ahead, Madam Mayor?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. I would like to, first of all, thank the manager for moving forward with Cure Violence. It's an organization that other cities have used, very much evidence-based, very much community-based. It's using the people in the community to help address the issues. I think it's a tool that our police department need, because as Major Robinson, thank you for your presentation, and I think that you really hit it on the head, that if the trust isn't there, you're not going to be able to get the help that you need. And I thank you, and I thank Lieutenant Cochran for all that you've done. But we have to recognize that as a community that we're in a very unique time right now. I'm in Milwaukee, as you know. A lot of you know I have lost my family, so I'm in Milwaukee, and for all intents and purposes, I could be back in Charlotte. They are experiencing the highest homicide rate they've had since the 90s, since the crack cocaine epidemic. And they are talking about the same things that other cities are talking about, the interrelated forces that are going on right now that have disrupted people's lives. The coronavirus, the economic downturn that in particular has hit neighborhoods and people of color, black neighborhoods, black residents, black workers the most. Those that have had the worst health outcomes. So there is a heightened sense of tension, of despondency, couple that with the racial tension. So this is going on in other cities as well, and we've got to take measures and steps that are very that are dynamic and that are big, and recognize that this isn't going to be something that will go away just by bringing in Cure Violence. Cure Violence has done a lot of good, but the cities like Chicago that have backed off on funding Cure Violence a couple years later saw a spike in violence again. So I hope that we're committed in the long term to really address these issues, and I hope that we will couple it with, for instance, the $24 million that we have in our budget this year for corridor improvements. When Cure Violence comes in, they will ask those neighbors, what do you need? What do you need to see to make your neighborhood safer? And different neighborhoods are going to have different responses. And I hope that we will really pay attention to that as we look at using our own resources to help those corridors. So thank you all. Thank you, Major and Lieutenant, for your work. Thank you, Mr. Manager and Mayor, and for staff who did reach out to Cure Violence, who's working with them, and with the hospital intervention program. I hope it's a first step, but I hope we're committed to go the long haul with this as well. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Mayor. Major Robinson, I just wanted to give you kudos to probably Councilman Graham and Mayor Pro Tem comments, and to Lieutenant Cochran, who I know has been in that corridor ever since I got elected in 1999, sir. I appreciate your work and your passion. But Major, as we always, when a situation arises, I think internally we look and say, do good or do better. And so on Sunday, June 21st, I'm looking at the timeline from 10:21 when we were called, when calls were made, to 12:22. Can you reflect, sir, now, what would you have done differently? And correct me if I'm wrong, I think 10:21, that's when the donut activity began. And then 12:22, that's when the shots rang out. So hindsight, lessons learned, any suggestion, Major, on things that we'll do better in the future?
We can't hear him.
Major Robinson, can you hear us?
I can. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mitchell asked, in hindsight, if you look at the last night, that there was a 10-something call, hold on, and between that call with the cars donutting and all of that to the later call, but basically what he asked is, looking at Sunday, what would you do differently? Mr. Mitchell, did I say that correctly?
Yes, Mayor. What would you do differently? And then as we prepare for the future, what will we do to prevent situations from not occurring like this way again?
Okay, what would you do differently, and what would you do to prevent situations like this again?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. I think we have obviously the luxury of hindsight and knowing now what we obviously had no idea that would happen when it did happen. What we did know is that on both Friday and Saturday, we had largely peaceful assemblies. And, we've heard loud and clear from all members of the community that have, Central Division is also within my purview. And I can tell you that, I've been uptown for the past 2 months, and I've listened to folks say that, lawful assembly is one of the mainstays of this country, and I couldn't agree more. So, we cannot take action against things that are lawful. And I know that's sounds overly simple, but what I am saying is that there's nothing that we could have done to know that gunshots, particularly to the degree that it happened with the carnage that was left, would have been part of that equation. We believe that, we talked about when we had the store owner and there was no crime. And if you see in your briefing that at 12:22, we got the call that at 10:21 at 2519 Beatties Ford, we had spoken with the store owner. We talked with the store owner. I gave that store owner some options to shut down, and those weren't heeded. So, aside from, it was not a riot, it was not an unlawful assembly. There were things about the assembly that you could call unlawful for sure, the spinning of the tires and that, but breaking up something like that, our best option was to help block the street to allow for the peaceful protest. I mean, not protest, but peaceful assembly.
Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Major.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor. Major Robinson, Lieutenant Cochran, I wanted to add my appreciation for the work you're doing and for this presentation tonight. And I hope all of us on council, having seen this, will recognize the fine line that you're being asked to walk. And I think it's reflected in a lot of what you said. We're looking for better, more effective law enforcement. And at the same time, we're conducting this reimagining of CMPD, which could be interpreted by some to be a bit of an inquisition. So I know you're in a difficult place, and I hope that all of us, when we express our appreciation to you, really mean it, and that we understand. And I would mention, too, that crime prevention can't always be gentle or sensitive. There are times when you're dealing with violent people, and they're going to harm other people, and there just isn't necessarily as clean a way to handle that as it seems that some people are hoping we're going to find during our reimagining. So I hope you guys will keep up your fine work. I also wanted to mention that I agree with everything that Mr. Graham said in terms of things that we should be looking at and so on. But in my mind, we're not going to make a lot of progress here unless there is an acknowledgement of some responsibility on the part of the community itself. We cannot fix this unilaterally. So when you have a situation where there's a shooting like there was on Beatty's Ford and no witnesses come forward, it just feels to me like the burden that's being placed on CMPD and on everybody who is not a member of the Black community is unreasonable. I don't know how we can fix this unless there is a better spirit of cooperation and more engagement from within the Black community to recognize these things. And that to me is also symbolized by the emphasis that has been placed on officer-involved shootings in relation to the carnage that has gone on, as we just saw from the data in the last few years. So again, I'm all on board with attempts to work on our side and for CMPD to work, but I don't think we're going to solve this if we don't have a better partnership with the people we're trying to help. And I did have one question for you, Major. Was the 14-year-old who was killed armed?
That is something, Councilman, that is part of the investigation. And as much as I'd like to answer that question, I need to hold on that until a little bit more information comes out. I hope you understand.
Yes, I recognize that you may need to do that. But I would just mention that we should consider the thought that there might have been a 14-year-old with a weapon who got into an encounter and died as a result. And that is a scary and depressing thought. Any 14-year-old carrying around a lethal weapon and spoiling for a fight. So I just get back to the same thing. I hope we can all participate in these efforts to address violence and not talk about this as if it was just a question of what the city needs to do. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Robinson, thank you so much for your detailed report. It's always great to hear from you. We miss you here on the Hickory Grove side in your service here, but great to see you in another role. I just have a couple of points to make here. When I see where witnesses are not coming forward, it's twofold. One is there is clearly a lack of trust. And that's something that is our responsibility as to how we can develop trust where witnesses feel safe enough to provide us more information. Yes, community involvement is important, but we have seen where there is clearly distrust in our communities, and we cannot discount that. Second is on workforce development. I know Councilmember Graham talked about this, but I think as a city, we have done a great job of enabling economic opportunities in certain parts of our city, but not all. And I think that's where we have to take more aggressive and bold steps. And I know we have some economic development initiatives underway in the pipeline, especially in the Bates Ford area. But we do have to take that aggressive approach to building economic opportunities in all parts of our city. Other thing, I also want to talk about the nuisance abatement. I'm glad to see that we are finally seeing that. Other cities like Durham has done it. They've done it successfully, and they have been able to get positive results of creating safer neighborhoods. And I would like to see us get an update from our city attorney, Mr. Baker, as to how is that program, or what is the next step in the process. I know that we were given an introduction and there was a brief presentation on that last week or the week before. But where are we with that program? And is there anything that council needs to take an action on for us to proceed with to address some of these problems?
Ms. Ajmira, after the report on the June 2nd night or evening, we're going to have a nuisance abatement report as well this evening. So as we are thinking about how you would look at these corridors, jot down your questions so that we can capture those when we have that report. That's really an important, it's a tool. It's one of the tools that we have. So how do we best use it? Mr. Winston?
Madam Mayor, I just want to have a follow-up.
Oh, okay.
Follow-up question. So did you say there would be an update later today after this?
Yes, after in the manager's report, following the report on the June 2nd protest activity, we're going to talk about nuisance abatement.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Winston?
Good evening, Major Robinson.
Evening, sir.
Do we believe the 14-year-old was the intended target that day?
We can't hear you, Mr. Winston. You have to get up a little bit closer to the mic.
Do we believe the 14-year-old was the intended target on that day?
Councilman, the best way I can describe that is that it was an altercation between two people. Since Councilman Driggs' question earlier, and this is a testament to our new police chief and his desire to be fully transparent and to share as much information as possible, the 14-year-old was armed with a handgun. And at this point, we're piecing together how that altercation took place. But we believe that the chain of events that occurred based on evidence obtained from the scene, video and ballistic, that he was armed with a weapon and took a violent action against a third party. and ultimately resulted in the death of the 14-year-old.
Tough to hear. I thank you for sharing that. I have a question about the Father's Day event. It was mentioned on a previous evening that shell casings that were found at that scene matched evidence, ballistic evidence from other shell casings that had been made from around the city. Can you tell us more about those connections?
I'll speak in general terms, Councilman. The Chief Putney, Chief Monroe, and now Chief Jennings have been specific in our desire to expand our capacity within the crime lab so that every day our detectives receive reports that tie ballistic evidence from one case to another case. I saw one today from 2 Metro cases that were both assault with deadly weapon calls where the exact same pistol and ammunition was used about 3 weeks apart. So we have evidence that puts that together. Specific to this case, Councilman, I simply don't have that information. I haven't been privy to the crime laboratory reports or things that would indicate those weapons were the same or anything tied to anything else pertaining to that, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Can you note that to Chief Jennings that I'd love to hear more about those connections, how many of those connections there are, and where those other instances of evidence were found. Major, can you tell me, in terms of statistics and in terms of the past year, how many times has the Community Policing Crisis Response Team been deployed, or how many times has it been utilized in Metro Division and or along the Beatties Ford Road corridor?
Councilman, I don't have that specific information, but I will have that information pulled this evening and get that to you as soon as possible, sir.
If I can add in just a little bit, Councilman. I believe off the top of my head, the numbers for a full year of CPCRT, not specific to Metro, is about 3,700 calls for service that they've responded to. Also on the incident on Beatties Ford Road, you mentioned the shell casings and what cases they go back to. I know you've heard that information. However, as you can imagine, with 180-something rounds, it takes some time. It's very difficult to get through all of that evidence. But specifically, I can't tell you what cases they do go back to. I can tell you that we're currently trying to link them back to as many cases as possible. So we're working on that. But as part of the investigation, specifically which cases might be hindering to the investigation itself.
Thank you, Chief. I have a couple of follow-ups for Major.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me a little bit about how you have deployed the CPCRT along Beatties Ford Road corridor over the past year? And for those of folks that are out there that are watching along, this is a new police response team that includes mental health professionals that City Council approved a couple of years ago and came online in the past year.
Yes, sir. And specific to the information that you requested, Councilman, we'll get that to you. Again, have that pulled.
I'm just anecdotally, in your experience as being over there.
Yes, sir. And sir, in broad terms, it is a marvelous program. It is a program that has absolutely saved lives within this jurisdiction and will continue to do so as we grow it and expand it and cultivate it as we get better. Through the vision of Chief Putney, through council, through Chief Jennings, those who were able to help us facilitate this program, we have police officers paired with mental health clinicians that go out into the community and specifically deliver resources to try and improve outcomes for those suffering from mental distress. So for example, if we get a call from somebody, one of those 7,000 calls for service that I mentioned earlier, saying that someone is causing a disturbance and is exhibiting signs of mental distress, and again, this is separate from but parallel to the CIT train, the crisis intervention trained officers that go out, and we're upwards of 1,000 of our officers now are trained, and we're rapidly getting others trained as well. But to go out and to try and assess from a mental health standpoint what medical and humanitarian kind of resources we can provide, rather than just coming in and arresting somebody and taking them to jail because they may be exhibiting a mental health episode or a substance abuse episode, or maybe they ran out of their medication and they can't get to the doctor to get a refill, and that's what's causing. These are folks who are trained to assess and to more acutely deliver those services and to get them to the proper medical personnel.
So you just asserted that this has saved lives within the Metro Division, and I'm assuming possibly along the Beatties Ford Road corridor. But you just gave us a bunch of information about how more violent it has gotten in this jurisdiction over this concurrent year. Again, I don't need numbers here, but your impression of being one of our leaders over there directly for CMPD, what is the disconnect? If we have this service that is helping, why is it not helping more? How is it not having the, I guess, marginal impact that we might want it to have over this past year?
Well, I want to make sure I understand your question. I do believe that if one life is saved, then it's worth every bit of it. I believe if one opportunity to engage with someone where handcuffs are not needed, where we can talk through a problem, where we can align somebody with the mental health services that they need, that's an opportunity that we take, and that's one less negative outcome that could potentially happen. So I believe that as we expand that, it's hard to correlate. I'm sorry?
I was going to say, let me restate my question, because I probably wasn't very clear there. I definitely hear what you're saying, and I agree with you. I guess there are only 6 of these folks on duty at any one given time, when people make calls. If there was more availability of the CPCRT and concurring CIT training available in Metro Division and along the Beatties Ford Road corridor, do we think more lives could have been saved over this past year?
Yes, sir. Anecdotally, yes, and in practicality, absolutely. That is something that has been proven to work. Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Manager, I think, and Mayor and colleagues, I think if we have something that we know that is working and we have a problem, I think it would behoove us to see how we can ramp that up right now. These are things that we don't need to study, that may refer to the solution that we have and know that is working, that just needs more resources. It needs to be utilized further. So is this something that we can do now without having to do a study or a focus group or anything like that, Mr. Manager?
Well, to your point, Mr. Winston, I think it was in the fall of 2 years ago when we started this, and we started it on that, I don't want to even call it a pilot basis, but that initial basis. So again, sticking with data, sticking with evidence-based solutions, we know that this is a solution. So directly to your question, as we start to reimagine policing, there are some things that we know work and work well, and this is one of those, yes.
So again, is this something that we can ramp up? It can save more lives, and we need to save lives. So can we ramp this up now? Not like theoretically, will we? Like in the near future? Will this be an action that will be taken?
Well, I'll talk to Chief Jennings. My belief is that this is something that works and should be ramped up. But as you know, we have to figure out where we're off the budget, what we do differently to support it. If the council were to say tomorrow, Marcus, this works well, see how we can expand it. We can do that now, see how we can expand it, and come back to you and see how this could work.
Yeah, are we just talking about, would the only problem be a budgetary issue? What else parameters will we have to kind of check out? Is it strictly a budget issue?
No, it's not strictly a budget issue, but I just can't do this on the fly. I want to spend time with CMPD. I want to spend time with how this thing could be ramped up, and that's just being fair.
Thank you. I think we should do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor. I'll be in touch with those stats, sir.
Thank you very much, Major.
Mr. Winston, do you have other questions or comments?
No, Madam Mayor, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. It's very hard to know when you finish, and I always want to make sure, just with this virtual thing, it's more difficult to note. Mr. Bakari?
Yeah, thank you. Chief Jennings, can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, sir, Councilman.
Thank you, Chief. You said something in your opening remarks that resonated with me, and I just want to highlight it and then ask you a question. I think I heard you say that it was important for us to be able to do, I'll say it in my own words, two things at the same time with equal passion. One is police accountability, which obviously is critical that we get that right. But the other is combating violent crime, which is something that is very high on our radar and has been for a long time. One part of that has really always frustrated me, and that is the airtime that some topics get. And I wake up every morning for one simple reason and look up at my dresser, and I leave the funeral flyer of Darnell Harris, who was killed unnecessarily at Steak and Shake, and literally it got almost no airtime. We didn't talk about it, and it was something that shook me to my core. And that, to me, is a crux example of something that's in violent crime. And I think it's not the same topic, and we don't need to defer or default to one versus the other. We need to address them both head on. So I really liked the way you framed that and the need for us to do that. However, I just feel once again we're in this scenario where we're spending all of our time right now on the police accountability side. And how could the police have done better at Beatty's Ford that day? And what could we have learned on Sunday that you could have done differently? And I'm sure there are lessons to be learned there. But the one thing that jumps out to me is the fact that we still don't have leads. And there were likely dozens of people on site, on scene, that saw exactly what went down, saw who had firearms and who that was, and with the ability to identify them. So if everyone's asking ourselves right now, well, what could we do to make sure this doesn't happen again? I think the number one item has to be we go find the murderers, the killers that are still on the street at large, and we make sure they're put away. So I guess my question to you is, right now, is it still the case that there is only by a separate entity only a $5,000 reward that's out there right now for this? And if that's the case, would it be helpful if I asked the city manager right now to go explore putting on a larger reward so that we can figure out how to identify these people and get them off the street, which has to be a huge factor in violent crime reduction?
Yeah, thank you for that. Let me start by saying that when we have a homicide in our city, our detectives, our officers, we take it personal. It's heartbreaking, especially when you start talking about the age group that we've been looking at over the past several days. Our detectives worked tirelessly. This weekend was something they stepped up to the plate to make sure that they follow every lead and investigate until it's over. Some of them haven't been home. Some of them have worked overnight, 24 hours, still working, and they're trying to resolve this case. But yes, $5,000 reward is through Crime Stoppers. That's the limit that Crime Stoppers has. They have a limited amount of funds that they are able to distribute. So generally what we see is a $5,000 reward from Crime Stoppers, and any additional on top of that could come from other entities. Sometimes private agencies will step up and add money to that.
So just to recap, though, do you believe it would help your efforts in finding these murderers if we had more reward than $5,000, no matter what source it came from?
Well, let me say this. I find it hard to believe that it wouldn't, given the fact that there were 300 to 400 people out there. Someone out there that has seen what happened and that knows firsthand can tell us what happened based on that corroborates with the evidence that we have. Someone out there would be motivated by the money. I believe so. Yes.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Manager, I guess my question to you now is this something? I mean, we are talking about making major investments in our community across the board, particularly in corridor revitalization, desperately needed. I don't disagree with that at all. And many other things that literally $5,000 is a penny rounding error compared to these things. Is there a way that we can up this reward so we can get murderers off the streets?
So, Ms. Bakari, I appreciate what you said and even the passion with what you said. I just feel like we're starting to have a budget exercise tonight, and I am just being very careful that what we walk away with. So if it's being able to supplement Crime Stoppers, can we do that? Absolutely. Can you take it out of corridor money? I'm a little worried that as the night goes on, what's the next thing that we will be discussing in terms of the police budget, which I thought we were really working that through the committee.
All right. Well, I'll hopefully, whatever the right process is, locked in with the committee, Malcolm with the corridor funds, whatever that might be, I would humbly request that we consider that and consider it quickly, because $15,000, $20,000 on top to literally find and resolve this unresolved issue, to me, seems like a good investment right now. And I'll just make the call to the public sector. I think I heard you say, Chief, that other entities can do this as well, or the private sector. If you are out there and you are passionate about bringing, this person or people to justice, I encourage you to help match and find money so that we can do that.
All right. Ms. Bakari, any further comments? Okay, well, not.
Nope.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I forgot to ask this question. Chief, I'll ask it of you while you're sitting there, standing there. Were there cameras on Beatties Ford Road that night that you were able to pull footage off of? CDOT cameras, bank cameras, any private commercial business cameras? Was there any footage at all that you were able to identify?
There was some footage out there that I don't believe any of that footage was instrumental in identifying suspects. I believe we've had some vehicles that we've been able to try and locate, some vehicle descriptions, but I can say with 95% certainty that it did not lead to any suspects.
Having more cameras out there, is that something that you think would make a difference, or does the community feel like that would make a difference?
Look, I'm a big fan of technology, so yes, we walk a fine line when we talk about cameras and surveillance cameras, because a lot of people don't want that. They feel it's invasion of their privacy, but we've solved numerous cases with camera footage. We have homicides right now with camera footage that we're able to identify suspects and identify exactly what's happened. So I'm an advocate for that. However, I am sensitive to the fact that people do feel like it is Big Brother watching, and that they want to make sure that we are very responsible when it comes to surveillance cameras.
Okay, and then thank you, Chief, for that. And then the other question I have, Chief, is Minneapolis had almost the same thing happen the night before at the exact same time. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist, but I believe at least one other city did as well. They were doing donuts. They were trying to stop that, and all of a sudden all this began in Minneapolis. 11 people were shot. I think one died. Is that something within police circles that people are sort of questioning if there's any connection?
Within the police circles, we base it strictly on the evidence that we have and what the information that we're able to obtain at this point, basically obtained through the physical evidence and some of the things that the officers saw when they arrived. So unfortunately, we don't have information from the public that can lead us in the right direction on this. So to be able to say, I hear you when you say there are some conspiracy theorists out there that have ideas about what happened and why it happened and how it happened. But again, we can't go on that. We have to base it on information that we are able to obtain based on the physical evidence.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. More of a comment again versus a question, and I really want to be really careful about how I say this. So I want to take my time. I believe community accountability is extremely important, and that the police officers can't solve any of these problems without help and support and people coming forward and telling what they saw. And I encourage that folks do that. We want to raise the reward for information. I think that's fine as well. But I just want to remind the council and all public service individuals that we have the only jobs where we get evaluated every day for what we do. The mayor gets evaluated every day. The council members get evaluated every day, and police officers get evaluated every day for jobs that we do. And I just think that, so no one's picking on the police officers or the police department. That it's an evaluation based on what happened. And I think that's important to note. I think it's also important to note that while no one has come forward formally yet, and I hope that they would, that when people are shooting 181 times in a round, no one's standing around watching. People are running and ducking. I think that's important to note as well. A number of people were hit by cars running. I think that's important to note. And so I just encourage anyone who saw something to say something. But I'm not sure we should beat up those who were there for not being able to give a proper identification, because in some portions of town, it can also lead to retaliation. And so I think we have to have a broad understanding of what's happening in certain parts of town. Thank you.
All right. I believe that this has been a very helpful and substantive discussion. Chief, Captain, Lieutenants, and Deputy, all of you have just done a tremendous job to do this and have this conversation on the public, with the goal that we're going to have these kinds of discussions. I just wonder, Mr. Eggleston, if you would just remind the public of the virtual meeting that the Safe Communities will be having.
Yes, ma'am. We are finalizing, as the council members are aware, the community input group that will provide various perspectives on the work that we're doing. That group is being finalized right now. Those folks have been notified, and we're waiting on their confirmations. They'll be meeting later this week and discussing the items that will be on the agenda for the council committee on Tuesday, July 21st at 11 a.m. And as has been the case recently, that will be a virtual meeting available on Facebook, YouTube, and all the normal channels. So we hope people will tune in then, and that will be the first of the first step in the work plan that was discussed at last week's strategy session.
Aside from having the virtual ability to watch virtually and comment and provide comment, Mr. Jones, could we set up a email just for the committee so that people can, whenever they have a moment, be able to email comments and questions in, and that box could be checked, and we will have another way. This is so important. We want every opportunity for every person in the city to comment and bring their suggestions and ideas, and I hope what will be a very productive presentation. I do believe that we have to care enough about each other to participate in what we are doing to go forward with as our safety strategy. And it's not just about, the safety of individuals. It's building our neighborhood so every place could be some place that we're proud of, and every person having the ability to participate in our process. So, and I just one other caution, besides the muffler going by, we have to remember that there's a lot of change going on Beatties Ford Road, and if we don't take the advantage of this moment in time, we may lose the opportunity. The streetcar is soon to be open in January. I hope that we'll have something that's really effectively a corridor plan that has started to spend the money and meets progress coming from Center City, from Sunset together, so that we can do well by everybody out there and be inclusive in what we're trying to accomplish. So with that, we'll go to our next report. Mr. Jones, will you want to introduce
Yes.
June 2nd?
Yes, thank you. Again, Mayor, members of council. Again, last week, there was a request to bring an update both on the incidents on Beatties Ford Road as well as the protests from June 2nd of this year. I will say that as we go back and think about the charges that were given to me as it related to the budget approval, not only the Councilmember Winston amendment, the resolution dealing with 8 Camp Late, as well as Councilmember Graham's 3 initiatives that he wanted to take place before the council. One of them was an update, a full update for the events that occurred on June 2nd. So I will say that at this point, because there are still a number of videos that are in the court system that have not been released, the ability to do a full update tonight is somewhat limited because of that. But what you will get tonight is CMPD providing an update as well as showing what occurred during that evening and what was used during that evening. So specifically for Councilmember Graham, I know that that was one of your requests as the budget was passed, and I just wanted to make sure that the council isn't overly frustrated in that there's some elements to the June 2nd event that would not be provided tonight because they're still in the court system. And with that said, I'm going to take the liberty to turn it over to CMPD.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Hopefully, we're going to move forward with this presentation again. We do wish we could finalize this with all the video that's still in the court, be decided upon release. Deputy Chief Jeff Estes is going to come up, and hopefully after this, you'll at least have a better understanding of the events surrounding and what the CMPD actions were. Deputy Chief Estes.
Thank you, Chief Jennings. Tonight I hope to give you an overview and tell you 4 general topic areas. One is give you a general overview of the demonstrations during up to June 2nd, activities that took place on June 2nd, reform that we have entered into since June 2nd, and then the next steps. So I'd like to say right off the bat that, and I'd like to apologize, the graphics that you'll see here tonight, the words that I say, the picture that I'll try to paint will not be adequate enough to explain all the nuances of the confusion, the decision-making that went into place, of the officers who had to make those decisions, nor will it paint a picture of the protesters who are out there exercising their free speech, nor of those protesters who were engaged in unlawful activities. So we will do our best. I'll admit the graphics aren't to scale. They are just to try to get an idea on the geography, what was taking place. Hopefully through my explanation, you'll at least get an understanding. So first, there were more than 30 protests and demonstrations that took place. We had demonstrations that were peaceful, including events with multiple thousands of demonstrators that went off without a hitch. Very pleased at those outcomes. Again, as Chief Jennings said earlier, along with Major Robinson, we absolutely honor and respect the public's ability to express themselves. It is part of the fabric of what makes America, America. We did have riots that took place 6 days in a row, the 29th through the 3rd. We had 17 officers injured, and you can read their injuries from explosives thrown at them, rocks, bricks, bottles. Their injuries included burns and cuts, loss of hearing, shrapnel to their face and their arms, stitches, concussions, broken ankle, and a broken hand. 133 arrests were made, 23 people were charged with weapons-related offenses. We seized 25 weapons, 16 firearms, including an assault rifle. More than a dozen businesses were damaged, and CMPD deployed riot control agents, or RCAs, as I'll refer to them later several times, to disperse unlawful crowds, to stop riotous behavior and activity, and ensure public and officer safety. We'll talk about their use and how and when we use them later. So overall, we experienced, generally speaking, peaceful demonstrations in large measure during the day. At night, oftentimes we had a shift to the unlawful assemblies and riotous behavior, which just means violence and or property damage. Next slide. Went through the second. Overall, we had a peaceful permitted protest with thousands of demonstrators. It's one of the largest demonstrations that I have seen in my career here. It ended at 7 p.m. around 7 p.m. without incident. During the evening hours, there were at least 18 incidents of protesters throwing objects, launching explosives at officers over a 4-hour period. Now, I caution you here. Oftentimes, I think we rush through the part that I just said about protesters throwing objects, launching explosives, and injuring officers. Somehow or another, I think that we skip over that subconsciously to get to the part that we're talking about. But it's important that we recognize that you must go through this door in order to get through the door of North Carolina General Statute 14-288.2 to get to the incident in question. And that statute just outlines what a riot is, what riotous behavior is, and that's the under the law in which we operate. When a peaceful protest, lawful assembly, shifts into violence and property damage, it becomes a different entity, according to the law. During this evening, we had 9 dispersal orders were issued and 16 protesters were arrested, and we recovered 3 guns, including an assault rifle. Next slide. Now the crowds, as we've seen in a lot of these protests during the evening hours and during the day, there were marches, which means by definition they were on the move. When they turned violent, their violence followed with them. Once a crowd becomes violent, it is very difficult to disperse a crowd. Dispersal meaning that the crowd ceases to exist as an entity, not merely moving to another location. It's an important distinction. A group may exhibit riotous behavior, violence, property damage, move 100 feet up, and they're still an unlawful assembly. Now, I want to make a point here that protest policing is one of the most difficult things that we do. We have to coordinate large groups of officers, mostly at night, under very strenuous circumstances, smoke, confusion. You have a tightrope that we walk between free speech protections and violence and property damage, while trying to keep officers safe and doing so mistake-free. I don't say that to shy away from the responsibility that we have in doing that. We stand here before you in full confidence, holding up the responsibilities that we swore to uphold. I merely point that out, provide context and the realities of what it takes to try to manage a protest once it becomes violent. And we can talk about once a group becomes violent, how much time elapses when they're not violent and still unlawful. But on this night, this is where we were operating. The protesters became violent at 7th College about 8:44, and the violence continued until about 1 a.m. in the morning. We had about 400 protesters throughout the evening. Now let me go to the next slide and I'll show you some graphics. Again, we apologize. This is the best we could to try to give you some understanding. And the times are approximate, but at 9:03, protesters tried to gain access to Independence Boulevard. Our bike officers and the civil emergency unit part of that is just our dual sports. We didn't have disembarked riot police, if you were, with the suits on there. It was just bikes and dual sports to stop them from moving on to Independence Boulevard. Very important to notate, once protesters take an interstate, which is a lot of times is a goal of theirs, it becomes very dangerous, not only for motorists, but also for the protesters themselves. As we've seen all across the country, folks injured and killed by moving cars and also by motorists being pulled out of their cars by protesters. It's very important, a matter of public safety, they be stopped there. Next slide. About 9:03 thereabouts, protesters came towards the ramp. As I said, the crowd grew larger, and there is where it got violent. Specifically, an officer was hit in the head with a rock. There were chemical agents that were thrown on the officers, water bottles filled with urine, and other things were thrown on the officer. There we enter into the door of 14288.2, North Carolina general statute that regulates what is considered a peaceful protest and what is against the law. Further states that 3 or more people engaged in activities defined as a riot. There, the bike officers began to get, next slide. There, the bike officers begin to get flanked. What that means is the crowd grows to a certain point, and where the line of bike officers are lined up, they try to go around to achieve their objective. And they begin to push up on the bicycle officers and the dual sport officers. There were some small RCAs deployed to get the protesters off of the bicycle officers, and dispersal orders were given. Had we not used RCAs there, I firmly believe and attest to you that there would have been officers injured. Bicycle officers don't have the protection of riot gear, and Independence Boulevard would have been taken. And I can't begin to speculate on what may have taken place there. Moving on from there, the crowd moved and marched on. At about 9:19, a little while later, and I'll show you a graph to kind of show where they're moving now. Protesters moved to barricade into the street to try to impede traffic right up at Alexander and Trade near the police department. And then I-21, they began to throw more objects at officers as they moved from the McDowell location up towards 4th, which is what we'll talk about now. Next slide. At about 9:30, which is 9-10 minutes later, protesters marching down 4th Street towards Trine. Remember, we're still operating under 14-288.2. Marching towards 4th Street, towards Trine, again about 400 people. There at Trine at 4th, officers had formed a skirmish line at the top. Next slide. RCAs were deployed, also gave dispersal orders there. You see that the red dot represents where RCAs were deployed. At that time, they began to move back down 4th Street towards College. Next slide. Now, at the bottom, and I'll go into the thought process. At the bottom, you'll see there's some more RCAs that are given at the bottom part. This is the crux of why I'm here tonight, to explain this and the nuance of what happened, what we would like to have happened, and what didn't take place. Now remember, and I keep reiterating, 14-288, this crowd has not dispersed. Still an entity. This is about 10 minutes later from the last unlawful activity that they have committed. Now, as the crowd begins to come down 4th Street, or is stopped, I should say, up at Tryon, RCAs are deployed. They began to move back towards where you see that pedestrian bridge. Now, additional RCAs are deployed up 4th Street from College Street. There were bicycle officers there, but as soon as those RCAs are deployed, the bicycle officers immediately leave from College and 4th, leaving that area unblocked by officers themselves. That's also important to notate. Now, when the RCAs are deployed, and you can, let's go to the next slide. When the RCAs were deployed, here's where the tactic needs to be explained. So the tactic was to, once the crowd was dispersed, once we began to get dispersal, in other words, once we get movement from Tryon and 4th, and once they begin to move down and enter into College and 4th, that we would deploy additional RCAs to keep the crowd moving to disperse. Didn't happen. What happened was we deployed the RCAs about 30 seconds too soon after the first deployment using this plan. Second, we deployed them too far east up 4th Street. And lastly, we had, which we could not account for, was a change in direction of wind, which carried the second deployment of RCAs right up 4th Street under the pedestrian bridge. And not only did it deploy product onto the protesters, it also blocked their vision from seeing that there were two ways out. Now, I'll stop here just to say, well, let's go to the next slide. 9:32, they huddled onto the bridge until the air cleared a bit, and then they moved out from that specific area down College and down 4th Street. So I want to stop here to say, you know, one of the things that we're often asked is what would we do different. Clearly, we are an agency that prides ourselves on being able to learning different ways, better ways to employ tactics. In fact, we pride ourselves on being at the forefront of progressive protest policing, the use of RCAs. In fact, you may be surprised to know that we're seen as a leader in the state in this particular area, both on a professional level and a tactical level. In fact, a lot of our people do teach this to other places. So it's in that vein that I tell you that we are, in fact, one of the policies that changed is doing this. I neglected to mention, there was a lot of talk about 2 points that I'd like to go ahead and make. One is the use of pepper ball from an elevated position. The explanation there is that the officers who are in an elevated position, which is very common for us to do, it allows us to be able to see a good vantage point what's taking place. And we're able to communicate that to commanders in the field, on the ground, to be able to say, hey, there's this person throwing this, or the crowd's going this way, or the crowd is stopped doing this or that or the other thing. The observers that we had included some pepper ball operators. They saw some people lifting up a garage gate to escape the RCAs, and then deployed pepper balls on the wall above where the protesters were in order to deploy product downward. Now, the deployment, let me take a minute to just educate slightly about pepper ball and their use. Pepper ball is very similar if you go on to play paintball at one of the places with kids or whatever, you know that's basically what it is, but it has pepper spray in it. And their design and manufacturer gives you an area on the body in which you should aim for if and when you deploy. Secondarily, a better way, we believe, is when possible, we deploy it either above the people and allow the product to come down without impact, or we start at the feet and allow it to move upwards so that they get the effect of the product without striking them. And that was what took place up there during that incident. The second point that I'd like to make here is that we've heard a lot about this idea of corralling. So the intent, no matter how the outcome looked, the intent was not to corral, I can assure you. The intent was to disperse. It is counterintuitive from our perspective to corral a group of people who our whole objective is to get them to go home so we can go home. I can assure you there's no point for us to keep people along Fourth and between Tryon and College any longer than we absolutely had to. No one wanted to go home worse than we did after having worked all those long hours and days and subjected to the verbal abuse and long working hours and being away from our families. So the whole goal and objective was to get folks to go home. Now, as I said, tactically, we didn't operate in the best of manners. As I said, threw them too soon, threw them too far up 4th Street. So moving forward to the next slide. So here's what we did about it. I want to outline one of the things that we could have done was taken great lengths to try to defend and explain and talk about, tactics and whatever took place. But what we did was, as is our custom, we took an introspective look to see if there's validity to what's out there, and could we perform our duties with those same goals and objectives in mind, which is under this extreme chaotic circumstances, could we keep our officers safe and the public safe and the protesters safe by making adjustments? So what we did was, going back to that 14-288 North Carolina General Statute, as we said, if a dispersed crowd reassembles at another location after a lapse in time, additional dispersal orders must be given absent exigent circumstances. But what we've said here is, if we had a group under 14-288.2 that does not disperse, but some time elapses, we will again stop, give additional dispersal orders to ensure that it's very clear what the group is considered, and that they must disperse and give people time to leave. The second thing is the communication of those dispersals. When it's given, the dispersal order and avenues of escape will be audibly communicated repeatedly, loudly, and clearly to the crowd. And we use LRADs, which is a long-range acoustic device, to be able to put those out. They can be problematic to try to move up through crowds, particularly ones that may be violent. So even use of a bullhorn, if we have to, we'll make sure that it's given to the crowds so that they understand. The next one is the corralling or containing crowds. Again, this is not in our playbook to be able to pin people in to deploy product onto people for any reason. We want them to disperse. That's the law we're operating under, crowd dispersal. And so that's the way we will do business. So we will not use RCAs to intentionally corral or contain crowds. But RCAs are deployed during the same dispersal at a location, and this points to exactly what I just iterated earlier. Subsequent or simultaneous RCAs will not be intentionally deployed to hinder or prevent routes of egress from that location. So just to say, no longer will we even attempt to use multiple RCAs to try to get a crowd to disperse. They will be deployed basically one at a time. Now, there will be times, if there is some exigent circumstances where officers are being overwhelmed and assaulted and crowd, and not in the same area, we will use small RCAs to be able to get people away from, but we will not use subsequent dispersals using RCAs like is outlined before. Next slide. Next slide. So from here on out, here's what's taking place. We continue to review our policies, procedures, and our tactics to improve. The CEU, of course, conducts after-action assessments following all major deployments. That's a culture within our agency. We analyze, critique operation plans and the tactics to determine their effectiveness, as well as identify areas of improvement. Those three things that I gave you already, those are things that they have, they themselves, along with myself and Chief Denning and the other leadership team has made changes, some of them that next day, as quickly as we could to ensure that our tactics were razor sharp and on point so that we could maintain the best practices possible. The last point is the IA Bureau is conducting an investigation, which is standard procedure, to determine whether our policies and procedures were followed during the June 2nd incidents, as well as for all future deployments. Just a note here, I know we would all like to see those internal investigations be done and done quickly, but what we cannot do, we will not do, is jump to any sort of conclusions from an investigative perspective without having reviewed all the evidence and having interviewed all pertinent people. We're upwards of 30, between 25 and 30 people that we have interviewed. All those interviews must be examined, written out, collated, approved by a supervisor, and then examined before they go before a board. That takes time. Next slide. The body-worn camera mounts we've talked about. We have about 300 scheduled to arrive in August. That was, originally for the RNC. We have done our best to make sure we got them as quickly as possible, and we'll deploy them as soon as we do. We are reviewing our policy to make sure it aligns with our high standards of accountability and transparency. Our goal is to have everybody out there wearing a camera. It is to our benefit to be able to have evidence of what takes place, because we already know through experience that the incidents are being recorded by the citizens themselves anyway. We have no problem with that. We welcome that. But without full context, sometimes those can be misinterpreted, sometimes not. So we are pushing very hard to make sure our BWC complement is moving forward. We petitioned the courts for release of the 4th Street and Tryon and College Street incident. It includes the helicopter, building cameras, body-worn camera, and traffic cameras. Court still hasn't set a date for the in-camera review of the videos, and then a hearing date will be set for Superior Court judge. The judge then will issue an order granting or denying release of the video. So next slide, which is the Q&A part. I went through that quickly, but I want to reiterate everything I say here, and that our feeble attempt at graphics does not adequately portray the fullness of what took place that night. But I do want to emphasize we are a learning agency. We say that over and over, mean that, which means that where we can improve, we do, and we take pride in that. So with that, I'll do my best to answer the questions that I can.
Chief Estes, I want to say thank you for your candor and your willingness to state that our goal is to have a common understanding about what happened that evening and that incident and how did it happen, so that we can be able to respond to the changes that we need to have. I believe that you said you take pride, you have pride in what you do, and I believe that. And I think when you have an organization like CMPD that's willing to say, this is what happened, let's have a conversation about it, we will build a better organization. And I want to say how much I appreciate that. So with that, we've got a couple of people that would like to have questions or comments. And I'm going to ask Councilmember Driggs if he would start off.
Madam Mayor, I just want to make sure you recognize my hand. It's been up for quite some time. I just
Ms.
want to make sure.
Watlington, I do have your second after Mr. Driggs.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Driggs? Well,
Muted again after I started to speak. Having been through military training, I know that exercises involving a large number of officers or personnel don't always unfold perfectly, and it's only human. So although I applaud your efforts to improve the way you do things or look for ways to do them better, I think we also have to make some allowance for the fact that sometimes things happen not exactly as intended, and that is only to be expected under conditions like that. A question I had for you was, the law that you referred to apparently describes as a riot any situation in which 3 or more people are behaving violently. Is that correct?
Say 142288.2 says a riot is a public disturbance involving an assemblage of 3 or more persons which by disorderly and violent conduct or the imminent threat of disorderly and violent conduct results in injury or damage to persons or property or creates clear and present danger of injury or damage to persons or property.
So I think the difficulty that people have had is it appears that in many of these situations we had a group of people, the majority of whom were peaceful protesters, and then there were some troublemakers in their midst. And so how do you go about trying to deal with the troublemakers and not punish the peaceful protesters? And I realize that the peaceful protesters, as soon as they fail to disperse, are no longer completely blameless because they're expected to disperse. But nonetheless, I think there is a difference between somebody who is actually perpetrating violence and somebody who simply failed to obey a dispersal order. So can you comment on that at all?
I can, and I believe you're hitting exactly on the crux of the matter. There is prima facie evidence, and I'm 14288.5, failure to disperse when commanded is a misdemeanor, and if you don't leave when given notice, you are in violation of that North Carolina statute. So just to reiterate, I think what you said is it is a violation of the law when you don't disperse upon given command. But now let me say this. I have heard the comments about a few people being violent and the whole, spoiling it for the whole group. I understand that. And that, those seems simplistic. It is very, very difficult in order to parse out who is violent at that specific moment and who is not in many, many cases. In fact, just know that the reason people are violent in groups like that is because of the anonymity of the group as a whole. So normally as individuals, these people wouldn't dare to think of come up to an officer and throw a rock and hit him in the head, as we saw that door I took you through of 14288.2, when the officer was hit in the head with a rock. The person uses the very crowd to meld back into it in order to take advantage of the anonymity. That's the whole idea. And when people see that, multiple other people over time do the same thing in order to afflict damage to officers or property or et cetera. Now, where we can, if we can isolate a person and take them into custody, we did some of this up at Beatties Ford Road the very first night when they went to damage the building. We do so. I want to remind you, though, as I said, down at McDowell Street, we had just bikes and the motorcycles, the dual sport. We weren't in a good position to be able to take any offensive action at that time to be able to call out the people who were violent, the people that were not. I don't believe it was one of 2 people there that were causing issues. In other words, even if it was, I wasn't in a position then to be able to pull out to have an arrest team, if it were, as it were, to be able to parse them out. But your question is the heart of the matter. We try to pull people out who are causing disturbance when possible, but just recognize that when it turns violent, and let me stop here to say, on a practical matter, I don't want it to be as if the first time we take a half-filled water bottle with urine, that we automatically say, okay, it's unlawful. Our society, I think these days, recognizes or expects that we take some abuse. Whether or not you agree with that or whether or not I would agree with that is something else. I think the needle is moved. I want to be candid with you on how much abuse should we take before we say something is unlawful. I hear people say you volunteered for it. I hear people say you have gear, et cetera, and maybe that's the case. But I will say we give some deference and some leeway if somebody, an individual, throws a bottle or whatever. We have had legitimate groups who are out protesting their rights, and we've had some troublemakers come and throw one or two things, and the group themselves rejects them. They self-police. That works great. We don't and have not determined the whole group to be violent. But in this case, it was at night. It was a different group. There were multiple things thrown, including caustic liquids with urine and rocks and bottles. So I just want to paint this picture clear. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. And I'm really just trying to highlight the fact that I think a lot of the tension that we're experiencing in these situations does come from that commingling of what I would call innocent people with guilty people. And I think the guilty people are trying to exploit that, and they're trying to take advantage of the fact that your reaction to the guilty people also affects the what I will call the innocent people, and that adds to the sense of outrage about the whole. I think it's a tactic to try to provoke the police, and therefore to create a situation where it's unavoidable that people that, in my mind, are innocent get caught in a sort of crossfire.
Agreed.
I did have another quick question, and that is, you talked about the injuries to all the officers. Do we have any sense of what injuries were sustained by protesters?
I don't. I don't know of any serious injury to any protester at this point. The RCAs, they're irritants. They're very, very uncomfortable. I do know that there have been some people who were hit with some of the pepper balls themselves where we couldn't deploy their feet or above, but as far as I know, we don't use, there's been no serious injuries at all. In fact, I'll say this, we do our very, very best to make sure that we keep physical distance away from protesters if at all possible. Without the use of RCAs, I do not know as a professional right now how we would do that.
Thank you. Appreciate your efforts to address these issues, Chief. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chief, this is Vi. I'm the mayor, and I just wanted to add a comment about injuries. Earlier during the week, I had met with a group of clergy who also participated in that evening, and the associate pastor of Caldwell Presbyterian Church did receive burns from whatever the RCAs were on his face, and I very much aware that we don't keep records of what the protesters are doing, but I think that it's only fair to assume that there were injuries with the positioning of this, and it's been something that I think people take a calculated risk when you go out into a crowd, because I think you're right, you don't know what's going to happen. And unfortunately, in this case, someone that was walking with the idea of being a person that kept the peace ended up being injured when people that didn't care about peaceful happened. So it's a difficult thing when you see someone trying their best and ending up in that situation. So with that, Ms. Watlington?
I've got a few questions. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. So first I'll start off by saying I did go through the report ahead of this meeting, and I just want to comment and caution us, or CMPD rather, against editorializing the reports. As you read through it, it definitely, for me, came off as more than just the facts. And so I would say, to preserve the credibility of the organization, when we're giving these reports and these reviews, let's be careful to present the facts, and we will draw the conclusion. So that's the first thing. The second thing I wanted to talk about, first I wanted to remind us as well that the discussion here today is not generally, for me, about tear gas and crowd control. It's about the specific incidents here of kettling. So I do want to make sure that is in the forefront of our minds here, because there's a difference between using tear gas and what I saw on the video from June 2nd. My next round of questions, if you will, it may be even for the city attorney, and it goes back to Chief Estes, what you talked about with the general statute being the crux of the matter. Because as I'm reading it, I want to understand a couple of things. The first thing is I see Section 5 about disorderly conduct, or excuse me, the section about disorderly conduct in regards to buildings and facilities, but I don't see anything about streets. Is that covered somewhere in this statute?
No, and if you're referring to that, and being able to allow protesters to take the interstates, I would just point you to where it says imminent.
No, I'm talking about streets in general. In this case, I'm not talking about the interstates. And I just want to know about the language of the statute itself.
Yes, ma'am, that's what I'm pointing to under Section A. A riot is a public disturbance involving assemblage of 3 or more persons by disorderly, violent conduct. And here's the point I'm highlighting, or the imminent threat of disorderly and violent conduct, which in my mind, I think, I don't want to editorialize too much, but I think we've seen all across the country when people take interstates and streets, what can happen there. In our view, that is the sole purpose of taking over an interstate where there are pedestrians and a public safety issue. And we believe that is imminent, and that's the reason why we took the action at 5th and McDowell to prevent entrance onto that thoroughfare, which is the same reason we do it for 277 and the rest of them. I was involved in the 2016 incident where they were able to take over the interstate and burn things and cause property damage, et cetera. And so that is fresh in my mind when we're talking over these issues.
My question is actually not about the interstates in particular. I'm actually thinking more about 4th and College, but that's why I want to understand where streets are covered. I understand that you interpreted imminent for the interstate, but I just want to know from a legal standpoint, they called out buildings and facilities here. Are streets captured somewhere else in the general statutes when it relates to the definition of disorderly conduct? And if that answer is not available right now, we can circle back on that one and I'll move on.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand your question fully, so I will circle back with you, ma'am, and get you a good answer.
Okay. My next question is around the reassembled group, because as Councilmember Driggs and you have already talked about, the statute doesn't talk about when a riot is no longer classified as a riot. So what I'd like to understand is when a group is reassembled, because you mentioned that the crowd had been out for 6 hours from 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. and they were continuously committing violent acts. My question becomes, at what point is this individuals versus a group of people, and how are we identifying that these people are the same folks from 6 hours ago that were committing violent acts?
On slide 5, ma'am, I don't believe I said continuously. I said during the evening hours, at least 18 instances of protesters throwing objects and launching explosives at officers over a 4-hour period. So,
no, I'm talking about where you called out 7 a.m. or 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. Is that slide available?
that is slide 6, I believe.
Ms. Wallington, this is Donata. It's going to take a while to pull the slides up because of the graphics. So if you can wait about 3 to 4 minutes, we can get the slide up. So just be patient.
Okay, we can.
I've got it here. I can tell you.
Okay.
Since protesters became violent at 7th College at 8:44 p.m. and the violence continued until 1 a.m. doesn't mean
Okay, so
was continual. It just means that there was violence in the streets from 8:44 at different intervals until 1 a.m. In other words, the reason why we put that there is that the violence didn't end after this incident that took place on 4th Street. It continued on. So
that's what I'm asking about continual violence. And my question is, are you attributing that violence to the same people over that period of time when you say protesters?
yeah, the same group, and I think this is the area where we're treading. 14288.2, if we say disperse and you don't, you're in violation. If you can continue to operate as an entity, and in other words, you do not disperse, you're still a group, still in violation of 14288.2. Now, if that group, let's just say, and this is why we changed our policy to say to give deference for time, which is, I think, where you're headed, just to say, if we have a group that commits acts of violence, they move, they don't commit acts of violence for some specified period of time, then we'll start all over. Recognizing that, we know there could be other acts of violence that continues, but I think that's where we're headed. I think that's where your question is, and we recognize that in order to try to give the protesters benefit of the doubt after some folks, let's just say, were violent in place, when they move and they're not violent anymore at another time, then we'll start all over with fresh dispersal orders if necessary, that sort of thing.
So that's where I'm going. And so my question then becomes, if they've dispersed initially and have started all over, and they even be a whole new crop of people with different signs with the same message, right? My question then becomes, what then causes additional dispersal orders? When you say start all over, if they haven't committed any new violent acts, why did they then get dispersal orders?
Yeah, I got you now. So just one main point. If you said if they disperse, well, if they disperse, then game's over. They go home. It's what, and we've had that where a group, dispersed, and then later, even some members of that group, they went to a park somewhere else and decided to want to march again. Well, then that constitutes another group. Then they're allowed to march and do what they need to do and protest again until the triggers of 14288.2 are met, and then we would deem them an unlawful assembly and start the process all over again.
Okay. So then, excuse me, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that I'm clear about my question. You covered a little bit of one, so I'll move on then. All right, so the next thing, before I move on, I would like to say then for the Intergovernmental Committee, I would like to request that we ask for some revision, and perhaps it's a moot point given who's in office, but I do think it's worth lifting up this particular statute, 14-288, in regards to how a riot is defined and when it ends and what we do when there is a crowd that has come back together or is no longer exhibiting violent acts. I think that is something that we can take forward for clarity or updates to the general statute. Specific to this situation, I do want to ask about the particular slide where you've got the pictures, or you've put together illustration of College and 4th, and I recognize that it may take a minute for that to come up, but I trust that you've got it.
Yeah, you know which one? I got several of that. They're labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think.
The one with the clouds representing the RCAs.
So
Ms.
maybe
Washington, you have by the date there's a number, and they're number 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you? Which number is it?
It's not 1. Could you go to the next slide?
4. Try slide 4. Let's see if that's
slide
it.
4.
Okay, this will work. 4 or 5 seems like it'll work. So this is where I'm struggling on this one. I'm looking at the officers that are on Tryon Street that have deployed RCAs, and I'm looking at the officers on College Street that have deployed RCAs. My question then becomes, where are the pathways out on this slide?
Yeah, so, and it's a little bit, to say that, you have to go to really up to slide 2. Because what I said, and I'm sure I didn't do it very well, is one point to understand is that nowhere in any of these slides will you see after slide 2, once RCAs are deployed, you will not see officers blocking the street. So as soon as the other RCAs, and we talked about them being thrown too early, too far north, and we had wind that was absolutely created unintended consequences, which it went up towards where the bridge were, and that's what you saw on the video. There were no officers. If you see that where it says exit path, go back to slide 4, please. You see exit path, which is College Street and 4th Street. Two things happened because they were deployed a little bit too, we're talking 30 seconds too soon and a little bit too far up 4th Street. The idea was to, once they started moving down 4th Street from Tryon, that once they got down into, the group got down into College Street, we would force them one down College Street and try to get the other group to go down 4th Street, split them at least, to try to facilitate the dispersal. That was the general goal. Of course, as I said, we are not pleased with the tactic. We changed our policies in order to do that, but that was the goal. The path was clear, but you couldn't, but for RCAs, and they couldn't see it. So
it wasn't clear at all.
I'm sorry?
So it wasn't clear at all then.
Well, if you're speaking of what I'm speaking of, which is clear of officers, is what I should have said.
Okay.
So clear meaning we didn't have officers blocking people where they couldn't move. We just had RCAs that blocked them, A, visually, and B, because of it's an irritant. So yes, ma'am, that's what took place, and that's what we have corrected.
Okay, 2 more questions. As it relates to this particular event, the officers that were at elevated vantage point, are those the officers that were giving, well, let me ask you differently. I recognize you've got 2 different platoons here. Were they talking to each other?
Well, only officers don't communicate radio to radio, individual officers. Once you can imagine you have multiple units there with hundreds of officers, there's only one radio and you can only talk one at a time. Commanders talk to each other, of course. Now, I think one of the things that I tried to outline is to say that communication is key. So there are times when anytime any of these plans are put into place, the confusion and communication, if it's not on point, particularly in a case like this, things don't go accordingly. So commanders that were over folks who were on a visual, the upper visual platforms were absolutely communicating.
Okay, and then the last thing I'll say is not a question, but on the policy reform piece, the word intentionally gives me pause because as we all understand, it's not about our intention so much as it about the outcomes. So I'd like to see that language anticipate the result more, something more along the lines of we will not do something that we can anticipate may have a particular result. It's about risk mitigation, right? And you're not going to be able to see that all the time in every instance, but you can certainly see where the risk is greater. So rather than that being driven by the intention of an officer, I'd like it to be more based on likely outcome. Does that make sense?
Yeah, maybe. I just want to say, when we talk about wording, I know where you're headed, but just to say, there are times where we will not be able to know every outcome and every variable that's in a place, particularly where if officers are separated, if they're not communication, or if they're being assaulted or whatever. So there may be an instance, and I'm ad-libbing here, which I probably should. There may be an instance deploy an RCA to try to get people off of them, which unintentionally restricts the pathway of another group coming another way. So I see and I understand where you're headed. I should be very careful about what words we use so that we can, the spirit of it, I think we're both headed in the same direction. I think we can probably work with the attorneys, which clearly I am not, to be able to get the words correct.
Thank you so much. That's all for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Winston?
Thank you very much, Chief Estes. So, my understanding from what I heard is when this crowd was perceived that they were going to enter Independence Boulevard, they violated this Section 14 rule, which triggered the desire for CMPD to disperse the crowd. And since that crowd never dispersed, that was considered the same crowd that CMPD encountered on 4th and Tryon. Is that correct?
That's correct. And just to say, also the same crowd that moved the roadblocks and threw up things at officers on their way up there. So absolutely, yes.
So why did CMPD decide to, the crowd had moved a significant amount of distance from Independence Boulevard back up to North Tryon. Why did CMPD decide to stop them from continuing to advance up 4th Street or down Tryon Street as they had been doing?
Yeah. And the goal, as I said from the beginning, the goal was dispersal. So remember, I'm trying to get us to understand that through the lens of 14288.2, the group had been ordered to disperse, which means no longer exists as an entity, still did. And to further that point, they had moved barricades and to try to block streets. They had thrown things after they left McDowell Street. Now, about 10 minutes, again, I'm ad-libbing, which I'm getting in trouble, but 9 or 10 minutes later is when we encountered them up 4th Street, which is where we blocked them. So the goal was to get the group to disperse. Now, well, let me stop there. That was the goal, get them to disperse.
So you encountered protesters at 5th and McDowell and dispersed RCAs at 9:04 p.m. And then they walked up until 9:31 p.m. when they were encountered on Tryon and 4th Street. That's according to what CMPD provided us this past in our packet.
There should have been.
So why?
Sorry.
Oh, so my question is that why at 9:31 did you decide to impede the advancement of the group? Because they had been walking for 20 minutes. So why at that point in time did you decide to stop the group from moving?
Yeah, let me reiterate, and if we didn't provide this to you, then I apologize. But at 9:19 at Alexander and Trade, they moved the barricades into the street to try to impede the traffic of those of people. And then at 9:21, they threw more objects at officers at 4th and Davidson. So I follow your logic, but there are 2 other times of disorderly conduct that took place in that 31 minutes or 21 minutes that you stated in between those 2. So from 9:21 until 9:30, yes, you're correct. They had walked up 4th Street, which gave us a time to move some resources that we didn't have in place at 5th and McDowell up to a point where we could stop and get them to disperse. It's not very easy to move large numbers of officers around who have gear on, and it takes logistically a minute to get them to move into place. So from 9:21 to 9:31, you're correct. They marched up 4th Street, which is until we could we blocked the street up that point.
So what I'm hearing is that as the group continued to move, you continue to observe Section 14 violations, and then at Trade and 4th Street, it was determined that it was behavior that was needed to disperse, and you were at a place where tactically you had the right amount of force there to do what you had felt had to be done.
Correct.
All right. Was that tactic successful in dispersing the crowd?
Well, ultimately, it wasn't. We were able to reduce the number of the crowd by a good bit, but as I talked about earlier, there was violence later with other, at least portions of that group, we believe, later on, up until like 1 in the morning.
So those tactics were not successful. That happened on Tryon and 4th were not successful in dispersing the crowd. Just had the same effect that what happened at 5th and McDowell. Is that correct?
Well, it depends on what you mean degrees of success. So on a tactical level, it wasn't successful because the whole crowd didn't disperse. On another level, it wasn't successful because it calls into question, our intentions that night, called into question the trust we have in the community, called into question a lot of other things that we would have liked to avoid it, including that we were anti-protesters or any of that First Amendment sort of deal. So as far as that goes, it was not successful. A lot of the crowd did leave, but not all.
When did the crowd actually end up dispersing that night?
I think somewhere around 1 in the morning, I believe. I think maybe a little after, Mr. Winston. I don't have those specific notes with me.
The last report of anything that we had was at 12:57 a.m. So I would imagine it was after that. Do you know what was ultimately successful what was the ultimate successful tactic in dispersing the crowd that night?
The people did their civic duty and went home after they were told to. All I can. Voluntary compliance in an issue like this is the best outcome. When a citizen is exercising their First Amendment rights, and under the outlines of 14288.2, when that is deemed an unlawful assembly, when a citizen hears that, exercises their civic duties, and does disperse, then that's a success. We would like for them for folks, and as someone mentioned earlier, for good folks with good intentions who are out not to be violent and not to cause property damage. We would prefer that they not be interfered with and affected by folks who do want to cause property damage and violence. So when it's ultimately in large scale, I think you know this very well, that the people themselves, when they self-police or they do their civic duty and disperse, that measure is success.
So is it true that ultimately the tactic that was employed to get this group that was in violation of this Section 14-288 violation, the ultimate tactic was voluntary dispersal for this crowd?
I'm sorry, I don't follow that. Let me try to restate my answer earlier. So anytime
from the answer that you just gave, it sounded like you said what ultimately led to this group's dispersal that was being tried from 9 o'clock that night was voluntary dispersal at sometime after 1 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, well, I think there's a mischaracterization of really what I was trying to say. Let me say it like this. Every time we have an unlawful assembly, I think everyone recognizes that when we have hundreds of people in the street or 50 people in the street, it's very difficult to arrest them all, right? So yes, absolutely. This one ended like all the other ones that we have deployed RCAs on, or ones that we didn't. People voluntarily complied and went home. So yes, sir.
All right, thank you. How many members of the command staff were present at 4th and Tryon that night when RCAs started to be dispersed both on the college and Tryon side?
I don't know how many. First, I need to know what you mean by command staff. It's lieutenants and above. One of the things that we make sure we have a command at every juncture. I don't know the number who we had, but we absolutely have commanders on the ground all the time.
how often does CMPD change operational policy, especially for the CEU officers? You said policy was changed the next day, correct?
I think well, let's just say, again, I was ad-libbing a little bit, but it was changed very quickly afterwards. And I can tell you this, we change policy all the time, particularly because, as I said, there are things that I'm sure council may not be aware of that we've changed, that there are tactics we don't employ on our own early, use of different type of munitions, the use of beanbag rounds, all these other things that people do that we don't. We change those early and often. So as I tried to state earlier, we are a learning agency. We take pride in that. So yes, sir, we change policies regularly to thread the needle between keeping officers safe and keep the public safe, and then making sure that people can express their freedom of speech, and then also the ability to disperse crowds under 14.288.2.
Right. Thank you very much, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Newton?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that my colleagues have made a lot of really excellent points. I want to start by thanking you, Deputy Estes, for your hard work in presenting this to us. And I want to thank CMPD officers. It's a difficult job, and I think it's something that we all, as council members, do appreciate and value. So I wanted to say that up front. I wanted to ask, and so I just have a couple of quick questions here. I wanted to ask Deputy Estes about the definition of dispersal. I'm going through the statutes. I don't know, so I'm not seeing an exact definition for the word dispersal in the North Carolina general statutes. And at the same time, I don't know if that exists in CMPD policy. You had mentioned, so I'd written down the words no longer exist as an entity. Is that an exact definition that exists in it, itself somewhere?
No, and so where that comes from is if you reverse, again, I'm not an attorney, but if you reverse what it takes to make an unlawful assembly or assemble a riot, and if you do that in reverse, you get a riot no longer exists.
I got you. I think there is worth to having something something in writing on that. I think some of the confusion I've had, because we keep hearing about an incident that occurred at McDowell and was it McDowell in 5th? Is that right? McDowell 5th or McDowell 7th?
5th McDowell.
Yeah. Yes, sir. So at McDowell and 7th, and it does. I think for many people, that sounds somewhat attenuated or separate from the incident at 4th in College and 4th and Tryon. And the two, seem to be conflated in the story that's being communicated. And I think many people would say, with lack of any sort of certainty as to what constitutes dispersal, that moving along for them, they would have intuitively thought constituted dispersal. I wanted to ask, too, about orders to disperse, because there is a process, right? And so if there is the semblance of a violation of 14-288.5, there's a process whereby dispersal orders are to be given. Were dispersal orders given at the intersection? Did you say it was 4th and McDowell, or?
Yes, McDowell.
There were. I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yes, I'm sorry. 5th and McDowell. That's the word dispersal order given.
Okay, and so were there dispersal orders as well at the 4th and College, 4th and Tryon intersections?
There were dispersal orders given there. I don't have the times with me, but 9:31 p.m. I believe there, and there were multiple dispersal orders. I do want to make one quick point. I think you're headed where Mr. Winston was headed as far as two separate groups, and so let me just explain the issue. I understand where that comes from, but I do want to point out once again that there were incidents of disorderly conduct at 9:19 and at 9:21 at a different location than the initial, when the initial dispersal order was given. Okay, so you have to shorten up your time period from 9/21 to about 9/30, 9/31. Okay, so just to say, there was about a 10-minute window where we don't have disorderly conduct and violence. Now, the problem lies when we try to say that a group may never be considered to be in violation of 14288.2 simply because they move locations. So let me give an example. There may be a time when, here again, hypothetically speaking, let's say we hear at 5th and McDowell that the group, they're violent, we tell them to disperse. They say, hey, let's go tear up the post office, let's just say. And we hear that, and it's a distance away, or some other government building. If we were to say that they are no longer in violation just simply because they move from one location to another without committing the same acts in between the two locations, I think just we need to understand and be aware of the consequences when we say never. What we have tried to do is try to say in policy to say when there is a separation, a reasonable separation of time between one group who be given dispersal orders that has moved to another location without, creating further violations of 14288.2, then we will start the dispersal process over again if more violence is seen. I hope I'm explaining that correctly.
I think so, and I really appreciate, so I wanted to say this too, I really appreciate the proactive way in which you have addressed this issue in restructuring or redrafting some of our department's policies. Now, there was one policy that, and I'm paraphrasing here, I don't have the presentation up in front of me either, but there was one policy change where the use of RCAs from different locations or different angles is going to be prohibited. Is that correct? I mean, am I understanding that as the policy change correctly?
Yeah, and this is where myself, Councilmember Watlington, were talking earlier about the wording. So what we're saying is we won't use RCAs to intentionally crowd or contain crowds. That's first. The second part is when they are deployed during the same dispersal at one location, at the same location, subsequent or simultaneous RCs will not be intentionally deployed to hinder or prevent routes of egress. So yes, what we've done, we put in policy to say we won't make the same tactical error that we did during this incident. That's exactly what the reform is aimed at.
It sounds like there is a qualifier to that where you're saying to hinder progress or did you say?
Or shooting laterally. So we weren't intentionally, now I saw the video of the gentleman who had the mark on his neck. I don't know where he was struck. Perhaps he was, I'm not here to say he wasn't there, but I did also see the video, maybe he was. But in my mind, it absolutely does because the first point that says intentionally corral or contain crowds. So again, here's a caution. If we have officers at another point, let's move it to and the reason I'm introducing these real life variables is because with every policy change that we make, we have to go through these variables to ensure that there's no unintended consequences that takes place. We have to measure twice and cut once. So let's move it to the epicenter. We had people who were protesting. Let's say when an event comes and they protest, we are up on the stairs of the epicenter. They're throwing rocks and bottles and assaulting from a position, a few feet below. There may be an occasion where we may need to use RCAs at the feet of those people from a position higher than they are. There could be a need for that so that we don't have to go down into the crowd and use physical force to move them from coming up into the epicenter. More to your point, when we use RCAs in conjunction with each other from different locations, the first point is we won't corral or contain. So to say that means we won't do it on one end and won't do it on the other. That's first. Second point is simultaneous RCAs won't be deployed to hinder or prevent routes of egress. There may be a time where somebody's committing abject violence where an RCA is absolutely necessary to stop a third party from being injured, an officer from being injured, or entry into some business or looting or whatever else. So we have thought of that very, very carefully. And so I just want to explain some of the potential eventualities that we need to think about.
Sure, and I guess my concern arises from what I believe the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish is, which is to make sure that you know measures of dispersal are well, one, tactically effective and efficient, two, also ethical. And I think that I do have my own questions concerning elevated positions and the firing of RCAs from an additional position from that elevation, fully understanding that in the instance that that we have a frame of reference for, which was the June 2nd incident, there were pellets that had struck the ground in video I had seen, and then also had struck at least one individual, possibly more. And so just to ensure that that type of a tactic isn't employed again. And I don't know if the policy, in as much as you've described it, actually does that. So that's something I just want to raise and say I believe is worthy of re-reviewing. But once again, thank you so much, Deputy Estes. I did want to also ask too about radio transmission, so radio traffic. Is radio traffic? So we have petitioned the court to release the video. But does that include radio traffic? Is radio traffic included, I suppose, in that greater bundle of communications that can't be released, or is radio traffic separate from just the videos?
Yeah,
is it different?
I think it's different. I have to defer to the attorneys to say. I believe that's different, but again, I'm not sure. But I sure will find out for you.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that, because I think that. To the extent that we can be educated as a council and we don't violate law, it sounds like those radio transmissions would not be a violation of law and could otherwise be provided to us.
I think I can answer that real quick. So radio traffic is a public records request. It's not based on a court order. So any public records request could result in the release of that radio traffic.
Okay, thank you again. Thank you both for all that you do too. And I just want to also thank all of our CMP officers. We know it's a difficult and dangerous job, and I just want to say I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Newton. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My questions were addressed by my colleagues, so I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Watlington, does anyone else that has not spoken wish to speak? If not, we'll go back and circle.
Yes, I do.
All right. Mr. Bakari?
Thank you. So on June 2nd, the group that's in question here became an unlawful protest. I think that's crystal clear. They were told to disperse multiple times. They did not. Police used tear gas to push the crowd's movement down 4th and then disperse them at College. The SBI report comes back and arrived at no conclusion of policy noncompliance. So now we are able to answer several of those questions we were all pondering that week after June 2nd. Did the initial viral videos look bad? Yes. Could tactics have been slightly improved upon? Yes. We heard from Deputy Chief Estes tonight on ways, minor, some ways that might have had different outcomes in that visual view of the video that could have been better. Were those tactics out of compliance with policy? No. Did we learn there was more to the story than we initially saw, just like the manager, the attorney, and the police chief all separately told us in the days following June 2nd? Yes. Can we explore changing our policy and tactics? And is it possible that we might be able to find ways to minimize or even stop using tear gas altogether? Sure, I think that's possible. Can we understand that were the tactics used on June 2nd effective? I think this is a critical question. Were the tactics that were, not were they in compliance with policy, were they effective? Yes. 80% of the unlawful protesters dispersed within 60 seconds, and there were no significant injuries. And for those that decide to stay after nearly a dozen dispersal orders, whether they're there to keep the peace or hurt a cop, they're taking their lives into their own hands because they're putting the lives of our men and women in uniform at risk. So why didn't you do more on Beatties Ford is one line of questioning we get. Or why didn't you do less on 4th and College? We have spent hours tonight putting CMPD on public trial, and many have earned their junior lawyer badges. And we spent under 2 minutes talking about how to bring the shooters from Beatties Ford to justice. Under 60 seconds, talking about how to make the death of Darnell Harris from the Steak and Shake murder last year not have happened in vain. It bothers me to my core when I hear you critiqued for not providing just the facts tonight without editorializing. We editorialized the days after June 2nd without the facts at all. It's not their finest hour. No one can be proud. I hope that now we've reached our conclusion, we apologize and spread the truth with as much vigor and passion as we threw you all under the bus. And I'll end with a question to Deputy Chief Estes. How do the rank and file of CMPD feel right now when they watch this body pander to appease the crowds like they did the week after June 2nd without the full story that they knew they didn't have? Or when we have inquisitions for hours like we have tonight? In your personal opinion, what does that do to morale?
It's a question I'm reluctant to answer.
You don't have to answer that.
I'll answer it 2 ways, though. I just feel like it's important to. I'll answer it first in my official capacity as the Deputy Chief of Police at CMPD. I'll say that we are resilient. We have men and women who do the bravest of acts every day that aren't captured on video, and they sacrifice their family time, holidays, weekends, put themselves in harm's way. They run to the sound of gunfire. They will continue to do so to a point. Personally, I'm going on my approaching 30 years here. I have never seen police officers have to endure what they have had to endure by the public in general, casting a very wide net on all law enforcement. And then, ironically, men and women who have received awards for bravery, received awards for their help with community members in the communities that they serve, and receive community awards were some of the very same ones that were spat upon out at the riots. It's very hard for me as a career law enforcement officer to stomach, particularly when the level of vitriol that we saw from the general, a lot of the public, not all, a lot of the public. So I just want to say, we are resilient, we're carrying on, but personally, it's very, very difficult times, as tough as times as I've ever seen it in my nearly 30 years of a career here. And we are doing very best to make sure that we communicate to the officers that these times are trying, that we'll get through it, and to do everything that we can to make sure we support them professionally and personally.
Deputy Chief, I just want to say thank you for your commitment, your passion for everything you've done. I think I will add, I know you're not perfect. I know the department is not perfect. You've said so yourselves. You're a learning organization. We have to get better. We have to find ways to get better. I'm committed to working with you, not doing things to you, but with you to figure out a couple questions that we don't need to task force this city to death for 3 years on. To Councilman Winston's point last week, we know the questions. They've told us to. Do we have to use tear gas? What are the ways that you guys interact with the public on calls in different scenarios? And is it optimal? I mean, these are fair questions that we need to balance accountability of police with support of police. So I don't want to give the impression that I'm not for both of those things, but that's the point. You can be for both of those things. I know you personally, Deputy Chief, and I know you are. I know the chief is. I know the rank and file is. So I just want you to know I'm there for that. But I also want you to know that, in my opinion, this has been unfair since June 3rd in the way that we've responded. And I will personally apologize. I am sorry. I am sorry that happened. But just know this, no matter what's said around here or how loud some voices are, that you guys are the bad guy. There is a silent majority in this community and across this nation that will activate at some point to show you they believe in you and they know you put your lives on the line, and it is as important as the concepts that are being espoused by the protesters. Not more important and not less, as important. Thank you.
Ms. Watlington.
So first of all, I have to say I'm so very impressed with how my colleague, Councilmember Bakari, manages to talk out both sides of his neck. It's amazing to me that you could sit here and use the dog whistle like silent majority and think that we don't recognize you creating a division. We've all, in one way or another, have said that we are for accountability within our police department and continuous improvement, and we are also for addressing violence in our community. So for you to sit here and assert it as if the rest of us can't walk and chew bubblegum at the same time is absolutely ridiculous. I'm glad you walked back your apology for yourself, because I don't make an apology because I asked for the facts tonight and I asked for the facts in the front end. You can go back and see that Councilmember Watlington never went out and said that police officers had done this or that, because I was waiting for the facts. What I will say tonight, and I'm not sure if we listened to the same conversation, Chief Estes very clearly said, and there's evidence by the fact that the policies have been changed, that there were some tactical errors. And that's what a lot of people said from the beginning. Whether or not it violated our policy is inconsequential. Our policy should reflect our values. And the fact that they have been changed tells us that something needed to be done, which is exactly what many people have been saying from the beginning. So I don't understand your smugness as if you walked away with some kind of victory. You did not. We all learned something today, including our police officer. My question as a follow-up to Chief Estes is in regards to the policy. Councilmember Newton mentioned similar to what I want to understand. The policy has changed in regards to will not be intentionally blocking egresses. But I want to understand exactly how that's different from the tactics that was used on June 2nd. Because I'm hoping that you're not articulating that the egress was intentionally blocked. So I just want to, I'm asking you to clarify that. What does this new language in the policy actually change from what would have happened that night?
Nothing.
Just very quickly, the as it's written on I don't know what page, ma'am, maybe 17, I think. When RCAs are deployed during the same dispersal at a location, subsequent or simultaneous RCAs will not be intentionally deployed to hinder or prevent routes of egress from that location. So we want to make sure that any route of egress is not intentionally hindered by the use of RCA, so that people can see where they're supposed to go and go that direction.
And so though that was not on the books on June 2nd, can I conclude that you all were not intentionally blocking the egress? Because if that's not the conclusion, then that would affirm that you all were trying to trap the protesters, which I don't think is what you're trying to assert. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not following that whole line of, so
Let me restate. I'll restate it. With the policy being what it is now, that you will not intentionally block egresses. Before that was in place, on June 2nd, was the intent to block the egress?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I covered this. I apologize. My very first 1 or 2 slides, I wanted to say, if I didn't, that the whole intent and whole purpose behind those was dispersal. So I also, the second part to answer your question is the whole corralling part, which would indicate that we intentionally wanted to corral people in there, is absolutely not the intention. As I said, the whole idea was dispersal. And lastly, I said we tactically deployed those 30 seconds too soon, and also a little further up 4th Street than we should have. We then wrote that into policy to say we would not do that again. That's
So
as
this is-
plain as I can be. That the intention was to disperse the crowd, not to corral anybody in or block people from being able to leave. That wasn't the intention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Estes, Chief Jennings, and all of you that have worked with us tonight. Mr. Bakari, you don't have to apologize for me for what I say, because I speak with both my head and my heart. And I want you to know that I have worked with our police department, our officers, from top to bottom, with respect and dignity. And when I say that none of us were proud of what happened on June the 2nd, I believe that, because I don't think anyone takes pride in an incident where people are harmed or caused harm, or in any way or manner felt that they weren't given the opportunity to protest, but also others that keep themselves safe. So it's easy to be talk radio, but I don't need that, because I walk my steps and I say the words that have meaning to me. So I appreciate that. No apologies necessary on your behalf for anything that I ever say. So with that, we're going to move on to the next item on our agenda, which is nuisance abatement. Mr. Jones, what's the next thing? All right, let's go. Who's next for that? Mr. Baker.
Madam Mayor, members of council, I wanted to talk to you again a little bit about nuisance abatement actions, and I'll start by again introducing the specific topic, and I believe that the police department will then follow up on a particular consideration or action that they're looking at right now. As I mentioned the last time, the nuisance abatement action that we're talking about is separate and apart from code enforcement. This is civil nuisance abatement that is governed under Chapter 19 of the general statutes. Back in 1995, the statute, although it had been in existence for over 70, 80 years, was amended to allow cities and counties to initiate civil nuisance abatement actions in the name of the state of North Carolina. Prior to that, it had only been allowed by the Attorney General or district attorneys or private citizens. And this really changed the way that local governments could address these chronic problem hotspots in their community that are engaged in particular types of crimes and civil disturbances or criminal disturbances in the communities when traditional methods of law enforcement just don't seem to be moving the needle in that regard. So nuisance properties, they can be commercial or they can be residential. And not all criminal activity will be used to support a nuisance abatement action. The state needs to find evidence specific to prostitution, gambling, illegal possession or sale of alcoholic beverages, illegal possession or sale of controlled substances, or breaches of peace, such as homicides, assaults, possession of dangerous deadly weapons, discharging firearms, etc. Due to the language of the statutes, what you're looking for in terms of activity on these properties is repeated disturbances. Not just a single disturbance will support a nuisance abatement action. And there is no magic number in terms of how many need to occur. Oftentimes it is seen as the quality, and I'm not using quality in a positive term, but the quality of the disruption or the problem may require, a fewer number of disturbances. For instance, if there are gunshots, murders, et cetera, along those lines, I don't think you have to wait for 50 or 100 of those to occur, whereas noise ordinance complaints, those types of violations of the peace may require additional actions before a civil nuisance abatement action it would be appropriate. But again, there's no magic number. I do want to point out that this is really an action against the property, although it's against the property owner. It is about actions that are occurring on the owner's property. So it's not enough to say that these activities were occurring in the general vicinity of a property. They have to really target the specific property to be able to successfully support a nuisance abatement action. Here in Charlotte, we do have, and I think some of the council members may be aware of this, a nuisance enforcement strategy team. This is a group of officers that focus on these nuisance abatement actions, and in particular, when you're getting those calls for service and reports, documented reports supporting those calls for service, those are the types of things that really need a coordinated effort across the entire organization to make sure that the police department has all the information that they have, and that the various officers that are addressing some of these properties are communicating with each other so that everyone's on the same page, and that you can see those chronic hotspots as opposed to just dealing with them one at a time and not connecting those dots. And this team, and certainly Chief Jennings and others can speak more clearly about that, but this is the team that connects those dots as we're preparing for these actions. One thing to bring to folks' attention is the need for assistance from the public. A little bit unusual in some of these cases is that reputation evidence can be brought by members of the community. So if there's a reputation of a particular property for these bad or illegal acts, the community certainly has a substantial say-so through the form of affidavits that they would file to state their understanding of the reputation of the community. Now, there's an assumption that they live in the community and are speaking from a place of authority, and by authority I mean they know what it is that they're talking about, and they know this particular property. But this is a community-driven effort, not just the police department taking a civil nuisance abatement action, but this can really be a community process as well to address and hopefully remove these problem properties. So again, this is, and I mentioned the last time, the drastic measures, the drastic remedy that this is, because a successful conclusion will not only end up with usually a permanent injunction on the property, limiting the property's use to certain functions that are not producing the criminal activity, but the ultimate remedy is the forfeiture of the property and the taking of the property by the government, and handing the property owner a bill for our troubles. So again, this is I've called it the law enforcement tool of last resort. It is something that shouldn't be taken into lightly, because it is a loser pays statute. If the city wins, it is the property owner that has to pay our legal bills. But if the city loses, we would have to pay as well. But it can be effective when the police department and the community are able to work together to address and really focus down on some of these problem properties and those that are producing the types of criminal reports that are necessary to sustain a nuisance abatement action. And with that, I'll kick it back, I think, to the police department to speak to a particular issue.
All right.
So,
Mr. Jones?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Patrick. So I believe there were a series of addresses from Council Member Watlington, and I'm not sure if the document that went out addressed your questions, or whether or not you would like somebody from CMPD to speak to those.
They addressed my questions. I sent back a follow-up question, just wanted to know what next steps needed to happen and how, what role, if any, that I need to play in making sure that that the ball kept rolling. But
Okay, so we're good for you right now in terms of the addresses?
yes.
Okay, awesome.
Those are exactly the ones.
Okay, so then, Mayor, I'm not sure if there are any more questions for council.
Are there any questions on the nuisance abatement program? I realize it's rather late and we've got a number of things on our agenda. I know Councilmember Graham wants to address or speak to the item. Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Patrick, for the orientation and the update. I'm where Councilmember Wallington is. I want to act. The orientation was good. I clearly understand the parameters of what we're asking for. But specifically on Batesville Road, there are a number of discussions about tonight's meeting that I think deserve immediate action. I clearly understand that it's a process, but every process starts with the first step. And I'm ready on behalf of the citizens of District 2, first step on a number of properties that we identified. Obviously, it's a big city, and these complaints are heavily concentrated in those hotspots areas that we talked about. Part of our balance corruption should have a long-term strategy of identifying properties that are a nuisance to our community and begin the process of making those properties either divest themselves from the current owner to a different owner, or the city to take immediate action over a period of time. And so I'm saying for the city manager and the city attorney, in conjunction with the police department, to take the necessary steps on those properties that I've identified on the corridor. And in addition, as we begin to think about violence interruption as a strategy, public nuisance is part of that playbook that we utilize, understanding that some of these things will take over 2 years. I just used for an example, it took me 4 years to get comprehensive gang legislation passed statewide. 2 years for me is a walk in the park. It's one council term, and if we can identify properties that are a nuisance for our community, I think we need to take that first step tonight on a number of fronts. So I just hope that this is more than just a orientation or a conversation, that we are really putting strategy behind what the council is asking for. Thank you.
Mr. Graham, I thank you. You've given me a great segue here. And we've been talking about the idea of how we look at community safety and safe communities and neighborhoods, as every part of our council has a role to play. So with this one on the nuisance abatement, I'd actually like to ask the Intergovernmental Committee to look at what the regulatory rules are, the regulations are, and to determine if there are any that we can request for change in our ordinances or in ordinances that apply from the state, and any other areas. So that, and then the other thing, Mr. Graham, on our great neighborhoods, I'd like to actually ask us, how do we deal with the consequences when we have these nuisance areas that are maybe in housing? What are the opportunities and challenges and consequences of dealing with that? So we will have, I told you last week is that we would have a list of the committee charges since we were transitioning from the task force to the committee work. So I will have a charge written up to both of those committees around the issue around nuisance abatement for building great neighborhoods, but also what regulations help or harm our ability to make these changes through intergovernmental. So with that, do I have any other persons to speak? I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Oh, I have Mr. Winston. Mr. Winston? I'll come back to you, Mr. Graham. Mr. Winston?
Would the nuisance abatement process be an appropriate tool against some of these clubs that have, there's evidence that they've been having indoor parties and with dozens, if not hundreds of people?
We can't hear you. You got to speak up a little bit more.
Well, would the nuisance abatement process be an appropriate tool to use against these businesses that seem to be in violation of the protective orders for this COVID pandemic? There's a lot of evidence of clubs, of dozens, if not hundreds of people in violation of the county and the city's orders, spreading a lot of potential disease all around the region. Would that be an appropriate tool?
So I've not seen the statute used in that situation. Again, the statute actually lists the types of crime, so I've just not looked at it that way. I'm happy to take a look at that, but just in looking at my and I wrote bullet points of the types of activity, that's likely not going to be a nuisance, a Chapter 19 nuisance abatement issue. But I will look at the statute again with your question in mind.
Should the question be that we have a problem, and what are the rules under the governor's orders that would allow us to enforce or look at those issues? Maybe we can return the question from nuisance abatement to what do the orders allow, Mr. Jones, on the policy group?
Yes, so thank you, Mayor. That did come up today with the policy group, the concept of late night alcohol sales and whether or not the city of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and the towns limit alcohol sales to, and I think what was thrown out this morning was to 10 p.m. So while, Mr. Winston, that doesn't address your nuisance abatement question, it is something that is being discussed at the policy group. And I can tell you right now it's not universally received, but it is something that is being discussed.
So, Mr. Jones, I'd just like to tell the council that if the policy group, or not even if the majority, I think for our community and what we've seen on social media in a number of the ways, that if the policy group recommends that, I would be willing to sign that order. When we had the face coverings, I think it was Matthews, Charlotte, and Mecklenburg County, and what I think would result if we said no alcohol served after 10 p.m., that we would likely have some of the other towns join us, but not all. But for the council, I would plan on signing that order. So with that, I think if that's the last comment on the nuisance abatement.
I have a comment, Madam Mayor.
Oh, yes, Mr. Graham, sorry.
No, thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I understand the committee referrals, and I agree with that, but what about immediate action on those said properties without further research and problem solving?
No, I wasn't trying to do problem solving in committee. I was trying to say, what are we going to do with people? Let's just say you have a nuisance action that's residential. So I was looking at it more from the consequences from the neighborhood perspective, and just having, does that make it a priority for us? If we find a nuisance, how do we rebuild in the neighborhood? If that's I'm going to just give you an example. There's a convenience store, and you know, a lot of convenience stores will allow you to just charge for items on a monthly basis until you get your check or whatever. And if that's taken away because we consider it a nuisance, what are the consequences that we need to provide to that neighborhood to make sure? So in a way, I see it as the impact of not necessarily the opportunity and challenges it presents, and how would we be prepared to address it as a policy. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay, well then we can talk about it some more. Mr. Jones can talk about it now.
I think it's a both and. So yes, sir. What you said, we will immediately look at those properties, period. And then the mayor wanted to do something broader that's just looking at nuisance abatement in general to those two committees, but that will not stop us from the task that started last week.
Point well taken. I just think that there is an expectation, at least on Batesford Road and throughout the community, for the council to be decisive. And I'll just leave it there.
Well, I agree with you. Decisiveness around some of these issues is very important right now. But I think sometimes we are decisive and then we're left with a gap. And I'm asking the committee to look at what that gap, how that gap would be filled, and what would be our responsibility for filling that gap. You know, there are lots of reasons, because nuisances are not just businesses. There can be nuisances running in apartment complexes and things like that. So how would we deal with people if they had to move out or relocate? Just a policy that says what we're doing so that we're not left with, oh my gosh, we're now going to take this action. What's next for the people engaged with it? So I would agree with the managers both, that we need to move decisively, but also be prepared for some policy about how to deal with these long term. So that's what I was thinking about anyway. All right, I think we're now on our business agenda.
Mayor?
Yes?
May I?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Mayor, if you don't mind, still on the city manager report. City manager, can you address premium pay is scheduled to end this week? Well, with the virus though still active, can you give council an update on that, please?
Yes, thanks, Councilmember Mitchell. So when we started off premium pay, and I think there was discussion in the spring about it, that we would do a couple of things. One would be take it as far as the governor's original order, which I believe ended was scheduled to end sometime late May, or take it to the end of the fiscal year, whichever one was longer. So the team decided to go beyond the fiscal year, but we tried to see what could we tie it to, and it was, and I believe some other jurisdictions are looking at it this way, tying it to going into phase 3. I can't project what the governor will do in terms of going into phase 3. I just know the data that we're seeing, and I'm not sure that premium pay would end at the end of the week, if that's your question. But we tried to tie it to something. But again, I don't see conditions changing here in Mecklenburg County that we would be at a full-blown stage 3.
Thank you, city manager. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Mr. Mitchell. So I think we're ready to go to agenda item number 8, fiscal year 2021-2025, consolidated plan and fiscal year 2021 annual action plan for housing and community development.
I think we missed something on the city manager's report.
I'm sorry. No, we did not miss that. We're going to take that up on when it comes to the agenda item. Is that what you mean? Yes. Okay. All right. So we will go to agenda item number 8, adopt the fiscal year plan, consolidated plan, and annual action plan for housing and community development. Are there any, may I have a motion to approve?
Motion to
adopt. A second, please.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Are there any questions? Any questions regarding the agenda item? Sorry. If there are no questions, I'm going to ask for a vote. I'm starting with the Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. Sajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
And is there anyone opposed to this action? Hearing no one opposed, the motion passes unanimously. All right, the next item on our agenda are the amendments to the street map for transit-oriented development zoning along the Blue Line. The action is to adopt minor amendments to the streets map for transit-oriented development.
Motion to adopt.
This was a report from the chair of the TAP committee. So Ms. Isel, would you make the motion and have any comments?
No comments. So move to adopt.
Okay, do I have a second? We have a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And the Mayor Pro Tem? That's a yes. So is there anyone opposed to this item? Hearing no one opposed, this item passes unanimously. I keep doing that. Excuse me. All right, so the next item on our agenda is on the business agenda. And item 10 is FY 2020 Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Program Grant, authorizing the manager to accept a 24-month emergency supplemental program grant in the amount of $1.8 million from the Department of Justice, and adopt a budget ordinance appropriating $1.8 million for the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding Program grant. Do I have a motion?
Move to authorize and adopt.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right.
Second.
Are there any questions?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you. Mr. Manager, can this funding be used for premium pay? I know that the CARES funding we got, that was $120 million plus, could not be used for premium pay for water and solid waste employees. But could this funding be used for the premium pay for those employees?
It could not.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Ajmira, this is, yes, it could not be used for anything that's not public safety. Yes.
Okay, so this is just in addition to the funding we had gotten a couple of months ago. So the use of the funding would stay the same?
I heard you, everything before you said stay the same,
Would the use of the funding be the same as the CARES funding we had received a couple of months ago?
yes, so we did specifically here for N95 masks, cloth masks, face shields, gloves. So we just made sure that we wrote out what we would use these for in the paper in front of you. But it had to be specific to policing.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
I would just, I know that we have a motion and a second. All in favor? I'm sorry. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham? Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Is there anyone opposed to this item? Hearing none opposed, the item passes unanimously. I do want to mention that several of our national organizations, both city and mayors conferences, are looking at the potential for increased federal action with additional funding coming to cities, and people are working on that. And I've been asked to coordinate letters to the various mayors across the state to coordinate that effort so that we could make our position known that we'd like to continue since COVID is continuing as well. The next item is item number 11. It's a memorandum of understanding on 7th and North Tryon Development Project. The action is to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute, in coordination with other landowners involved in the project, a memorandum of understanding for the 7th and North Tryon redevelopment project with the master developer, BP-Metropolitan NC LLC, and approve the use of capital investment plan and tax increment dollars as a source of public funding to be negotiated in the memorandum of understanding. I know that there's been a lot of discussion around it. I want to say I really appreciate the analysis that everyone has been doing and the questions that are asked. Do I have a motion so that we can begin discussion?
So moved.
All right, do I have a second? I need a second? So both two. All right, thank you. So I thought it might just be easier if we just went around, and I'd start with District 1 and go through all of the district representatives, and then come to the at-large members. And if you don't have to speak, that's okay, but I'm going to start with Mr. Eggleston.
Thank
Who
you,
will
Madam
get
Mayor.
$600 million new investment in his district. So.
Yeah, and I'm excited for all of the good things that will come from not only this specific project, but the larger vision. I think Mr. Driggs, I think you might need to mute. The investment in my district, the investment in our center city, and the larger vision for the North Tryon corridor, and this is just a piece of it. There are a couple of things that gave me some pause on this that I think are worth pointing out. And one of those is I'm disappointed that Enlivian will be doing, the formerly known as the Charlotte Housing Authority, will be doing their own thing adjacent to this site, as opposed to what had originally been envisioned, that they would be part of this redevelopment. And I'm disappointed that it is starting to sound like what they might be doing at the 8th and Tryon corner of this block could involve tearing down the historic Behringer and Hall House. I've made that known before and will continue to do so as long as that building's still standing there. I think that the project would have been better for those two entities to have stayed united and working together on this. So I'm disappointed that they went their separate ways. There's a thing that I think several of us have talked about, and I think that there are unique circumstances. I understand that were we to have an opportunity in certain parts of town that are disconnected from transit, or had other things that make them unique and different from this site, there might be the need for the city to ask for or encourage the inclusion of more parking than maybe the market would build on its own. I think in this case, I would have preferred to see us not doing that. I think with the proximity to the Blue Line and other modes of transit, I think we've got to be pushing in the other direction, particularly in Center City, particularly along transit corridors, for less parking. If we feel like we're not quite at a point yet where we can put maximums on parking, and I think that many people do feel that way, I think we should at least not be encouraging more than the market would produce on its own. So I think that going forward, I would hope that the city would not include that in an RFP, would not encourage the developer to include additional parking. Despite those qualms, I also think that kind of philosophically, I believe there's a bit of an obligation for us as this current council and for future councils to acknowledge that, particularly in a system of government where we only have 2-year terms, which are problematic for a number of reasons. One of them is that a lot of the things, the scale of this project, take multiple terms and multiple councils to see them through. The work on this started, and Tracy can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think at least 5 years ago, and probably longer. And most of us weren't on council at that time. So I do think that for this council and for the city of Charlotte government to have the trust it needs to negotiate with private businesses and work with these public-private partnerships, I do think there has to be some deference given to the work that's done before we arrive on city council. So, I think if every time new council members come in, we were to hijack the work and the groundwork that had been laid on projects like this before we got here, I think that it would erode people's trust and faith that they can negotiate with the city and expect that it will be seen through to the finish line when every 2 years there's likely to be new folks on council. So there's a lot of good things in this, which I think Tracy will probably touch on, so I won't belabor the things that there are to like about this, which are plenty. But I do hope that as a city, we start trying to figure out how we can better push in the direction of being less car-centric and not more. I know that this parking will support a lot of our cultural amenities, a lot of a lot of sites beyond just the site that it will sit under. But I think that at some point the dynamic has to change. We just talked about an apartment complex which would have essentially no parking. And I think a number of us are really intrigued by that sort of thinking. So I don't want us to be talking out of both sides of our mouth as we invest in transit, but also encourage more and more parking. I hope that going forward, that would not be the type of thing we'd ask for in an RFP. And I hope that, that the separation of Enlivian from this project doesn't yield a lesser outcome than what could have been accomplished had they stayed united. But I do think that there's a huge opportunity here for jobs and investment and things that will benefit the community. So I will be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Graham, would you like to speak? Mr. Graham? Mr. Graham, would you like to speak? Okay.
Mr.
That was all, Mayor. Sorry.
Mr. Graham?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't belabor the point. I will be supporting what's on the table. Not very often do you have the opportunity to create an edge city, and I think that's what we're about to do on the northern side of North Tryon Street. Certainly, the investment in the parking will support a number of organizations in that corridor. The North Tryon plan calls for us moving in that direction, and I think it begins the synergy necessary to create the same momentum that we have on South Tryon Street. North Tryon needs a facelift. I believe this project moves us in that direction to begin the realization of the North Tryon plan. Certainly the affordable housing piece makes a lot of sense as well. That is something that I, the chairman of the Great Neighborhoods Committee, will be closely watching, that more than words on paper, that these projects are shovel ready to go throughout our community, which makes well. So I'm excited about the momentum that this project will bring. It goes without saying that the investment that we make in Uptown, both from the public perspective as well as the private perspective, also helps keep our tax rate low. It offsets some of the expenses that we make in other parts of the city by having a healthy and vibrant Uptown. And I think this is yet another project that will help make that case moving forward as well. So great project. Obviously a lot of moving pieces, but I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Watlington, would you like to make any comments or ask any questions?
Yes, just a comment, real brief. I agree with much of what my colleagues have already stated. One thing I wanted to point out that I'm particularly excited about on this project, and the reason that I will be supporting it, is the workforce development component that Balfour Beatty and the developer have put in to set targets for and prioritize our graduates of our Goodwill Opportunity Campus, going through a number of our community partners. That is one thing that I've heard from my constituents is that we'd really like to see, in addition to the tax revenue and offsets that Councilmember Graham mentioned, how can we, in other districts, particularly in District 3, be a part of the prosperity we see in City Center when we are participating in these large projects. So I'm very happy with the work that the group has done on the workforce development end, and I look forward to supporting the project.
All right. Ms. Johnson, do you have any remarks or questions?
Yes, I do have some questions. I wanted to know, is Pam Weidman in the room?
Yeah, well, yes, she is available. We'll get her up here. Hi. Oh, she's on the phone. There she is. Hi, Ms. Weidman is now virtual as well.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you, Pam. I wanted to know about the tax credit properties that will benefit from this development. units offsite.
I couldn't hear the second, when you said also, you wanted to hear about the tax credit projects and?
I'm talking about the 581 units that are offsite. I wanted to ask about those. I wanted to know if this funding was in the initial planning of the financial or the cap stack. Was this funding a part of it?
Ms. Weidman, I think that if I got it right, Ms. Johnson asked if the GAP funding was a part of the funding for those projects that we had already had listed as part of this, as being approved. Is that correct, Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. Thank you for allowing me to be with you virtually tonight. What I would say, Ms. Johnson, for that is the projects already approved, though the funding was anticipated in the capital stack. I will point out, for example, the YWCA. They are in a fundraising campaign for that particular project. So this funding, while it was anticipated, while they may be anticipating it in their capital stack, you've not yet reviewed that development yet because you've not been asked for anything from a city council or housing trust fund perspective.
Okay. And then my concern was the RFP process. And I did speak with our city attorney, and I'd like him to just elaborate for our public because it was the RFP, when the specifications changed, I wanted to ensure that it was legal and ethical, that we did not have to send out an amendment for that. But according to Patrick, this is acceptable or standard. So Patrick, can you speak on that, please?
A qualified bidder to provide that service for you, or in a situation where you're buying things. An RFP process is really the opportunity to seek concepts and ideas, and you're looking for a proposer that has hopefully worked in the business and has developed a project that you're interested in, and helps the entity get some ideas about what can happen on a particular piece of property. Is usually how it comes about. So the RFP process isn't as finite, and you're not subject to those bid laws. Now, price does come into play typically, but it's not necessarily outcome determinative in terms of that, like it would be in a bid process, where the lowest responsive bidder would win that process. So the parties essentially, in the normal RFP process, would come together. You'd identify a proposer that you want to work with, and then you further refine the project specifically to what you want. There are times when the project doesn't go anywhere because you can't really get agreement, or you just make a determination that it's just not feasible to make that project work for your particular community. But it is sort of a process where you continue on, and it's not unusual for some changes to be made. And ultimately, that's going to be a call for council to make in terms of the amount of change that has occurred. But certainly, we've reviewed this particular process, and as I've stated to you, from a legal perspective, I don't have any concerns going forward as it relates to the process being fair. From a legal perspective, that would disqualify the process from moving forward. From a legal perspective, we certainly support the project.
So thank you. That was a huge concern, the transparency and accountability to the public for public dollars. But we have your blessing on that. We are gaining 110 units uptown, although they're separate projects, but we're still getting those, and in addition, we're getting the gap financing or the support of the additional 581 units. So, so for that, I will be supporting it. And I look forward to the jobs and the gateway to Uptown, and look forward to the project. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Mr. Newton?
I have nothing, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Bakari?
Yeah, I'd just like to say that, there's been a lot of frustrations around this from a lot of parties. I think this is one of those things where, as we look back, there are some lessons learned from the city's perspective that sometimes less is more. And we could have kept things a lot simpler with the involvement that we had in the beginning and allowed the other parties who were carrying a lot of the load of this to really define and dictate a lot of the requirements. However, since then, a lot of people have worked really hard for years now to put this back on the rails. I am very supportive of it now, despite those initial frustrations of where we ultimately have arrived. So I'm going to support it. And I also just want to say, there's a lot of people to say thank you to, but Tracy Dodson and the entire team, you guys have worked tirelessly to put this thing back on the rails and make it happen. And I think you guys deserve a round of applause.
Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think it's a big secret where I stand on this, as I've told everybody. And I will just note, this has migrated a lot from where it started. So, and some of the changes were not what we would have hoped for. And we were in a position of having to decide whether this proposal, instead of the one that we started out with or that we hoped for, was something that we should do. And I think there were well-intentioned people who raised questions about how the housing had evolved in the project. And so what we needed to do here was just reach a decision about whether this thing, as offered, was something we should do, recognizing that if we didn't do this, the alternative was probably disarray and probably years of delay. There's a lot to like about this. And so I studied it for a while myself and decided that I really felt that it would be a bad thing for us not to proceed, and because there were so many advantages here, and that we should not allow the way in which this thing came to us to cause us to make a bad decision about it. So I hope we will learn some lessons from this whole experience, because we were going to vote on this thing a couple of weeks ago at a time when there was definitely some confusion about it, and there were some concerns about the funding. And we need to get to a level of clarity and have council on board throughout the process, and not feeling that we are suddenly in a position of having to either approve this or deal with the consequences of not approving it. So I'm happy that we appear to be arriving in what I consider to be the right place, and I'm certainly going to vote for it myself. Thank you.
So, and as a follow-up to Mr. Driggs, I think he did a really good job on his analysis, and I'm going to do a committee referral on the use of our TIGs and have a better definition for it, and so we'll be taking that up as a council committee. So I'm going to follow Mr. Winston.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that recommendation. Mr. Driggs and I have spoken a couple times over the past couple of weeks, as well as Ms. Dodson and I. I've liked this project from the beginning, but I think we have a policy problem. I think our TIG, our TIG policy in particular, is contradictory to the priorities that this council has set, specifically around mobility. I don't think government should be in the parking structure business. I understand that this is a relic of the past, as Mr. Eggleston said before, but I think we need to take this recommendation to committee seriously and really dive into this TIG policy and change it. I would also say that not only do we need to clarify what it should and should not be used for, we need to get Ms. Weidman into this conversation and figure out how this can be a tool that might be able to incentivize the type of development that we want to see on a smaller scale, not just for when we have these huge billion-dollar transformational projects, but how can we use this scalpel-like within our neighborhoods to get the type of development that we need to happen in our communities in a quick amount of time.
Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Mayor. I've been a big supporter of this project from the very beginning, and I had kind of 5 reasons why. Number one, the job creation of over 4,000 jobs in the center city. Number 2, I think we send a strong message to the public when private sector and government can work together. So I think P3 is always good for our community. The MWSBE participation over 35%. And I have to echo Councilmember Watlington and give thanks to Balfour Beatty and Lydia Associates for working on a workforce development program. They're going to look at our high unemployment zip codes and allow our citizens to have some gain some job skills on this job. And last but not least is the 581 affordable housing units that will be now developed in our community. I'd like to thank Tracy Dotson, Pamela Weidman for working tirelessly to get us where we are tonight. And so I'm going to be a big yes vote on this project.
All right. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I echo my colleagues here. I'll be supporting this transaction, not because it's perfect, but it enables affordable housing development for 691 units for city's $12 million investment. So if one does the math, that's about $17,366 per unit, which is a pretty good investment from our perspective. This investment or this transaction, our funding, our contribution comes from the TIG and not our housing trust dollars, which enables us to continue to build more affordable housing from our housing trust fund, because now this is funded by the TIG. As someone who champions SEAP, the Strategic Energy Action Plan, and aggressively set our goals to reduce our carbon footprint, it's troubling to see that our contribution is going towards parking, especially when Blue Line is nearby and we have an opportunity to reduce our carbon footprint. I'm not pleased with the situation where we are having to choose between our 2 priorities. And hence I appreciate some of my colleagues' comments on how we need to review our TIG and its purpose and how that aligns with our priorities of our transportation, our CF goals, workforce development, affordable housing, so that we are not put in this situation again. And last but not the least, I also want to thank Bank of America's significant contribution towards affordable housing. Without their contribution, this transaction would not have been possible. So thanks to the entire team for working around the clock to garner council member support. Thank you.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I first want to say that this project has been 5 years in the making, and I certainly appreciate that, especially in this environment that we're in right now, in this COVID environment. A lot of cities are seeing the possibility of tremendous economic downturn, and we are fortunate enough to have a good uptown development on our hands that'll create good jobs and provide jobs. So I'm also grateful that we have civic partners, civic-minded companies like Bank of America here in our hometown that stepped up and are donating valuable uptown land to this project. That's ultimately helping us get us closer to our goal of affordable housing, especially uptown. And I want to thank the county as well for their contributions. And we recognize that we as a city are not the main players in this deal. But I think you all, a lot of you know that I've really struggled with this, especially as the chair of the Transportation Planning and Environmental Committee, because we talk about our goals in that committee, and it just strikes me that we've got to do a better job of aligning our strategies, our goals and priorities and planning with economic development. We say that we want to have a livable city that provides equitable mobility options, and that we want to be less car-centric. We want Uptown to be more accessible for everyone, for pedestrians, for cyclists, and then we agree to use public money to build parking decks uptown without any effort to address the inevitable increase in traffic congestion that this will bring. So that to me is a cycle that the public is bearing the cost of that additional car infrastructure, and then trying to figure out what to do about traffic congestion. And we just haven't been willing, when I say us, the city council and staff, to address that conflict. So if we're going to do this in the future, I agree we need to look at how we use our TIGs. If we are going, and a TIG is essentially giving up future tax revenue that could be used for things like buses or whatnot, that's our issue. That's not on the private sector. We have to decide what we're going to do with that. So if we're going to do that going forward, and I'm not against parking, I do believe that when the data shows it's needed, it needs to be provided, because we don't have a great public transportation system that anybody can hop on a bus or light rail and be at work efficiently. So I'm not trying to say that we should just jump to that point, but if we are going to use our future tax revenue to build Uptown parking garage, then we also have to simultaneously implement strategies to get our civic partners to help us relieve congestion. And that might be in the way of helping to provide bus rapid transit, infrastructure for parking at the light rail. And so with that, I'm not going to vote against it, but I do think that it's a very good project. It accomplishes a lot of important goals. But we need to have a serious conversation about this kind of thing. And we also need to talk about our uptown zoning, that being UMUD, where you can have unlimited parking. I can't say that I really even know what our parking needs are for the next 10 years uptown. And that's the kind of information that we have to have and get serious about taking big, bold steps to address. Thank you.
All right, so I think everyone has spoken. If there are no other questions, we'll start with Mr. Driggs. On the vote, we do have a
Yes.
motion and a vote. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson? Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And the District 1 rep, Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Is there anyone opposed to this project? Hearing that, the project passes unanimously. All right, the next item on our agenda is item 12, Philemon Avenue, I believe, if I've gotten it correctly, and Dave McKinney Avenue Extension Infrastructure Reimbursement. Authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute our infrastructure reimbursement agreement not to exceed $12.8 million for the design and construction of Philemon Avenue and Dave McKinney Avenue extensions.
Motion to authorize.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Do I have a second? All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Hajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Is there anyone opposed to this project? If not, the project passes unanimously. All right, item number 13. Amend the interlocal agreement with the Water and Sewer Authority of Cabarrus County. Adopt a resolution amending the interlocal agreement with the Water and Sewer Authority of Cabarrus County to implement and jointly fund the Rocky River Regional Wastewater Treatment Expansion Study. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Is there anyone opposed to this? If not, the motion passes unanimously. Item 14, approve developer agreements with Apex South Park, SPE, Park Charlotte Declarant, Rogers Builders, C4C Store Holdings, and Lennar Carolinas for traffic signal modifications. Adopt a budget ordinance appropriating $153,000 in private development funds for traffic signal installations.
Motion to approve and adopt.
I have a motion
Second.
and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira? Ms. Seiselt?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
All right, if there is anyone opposed to this, the project passes unanimously. Agenda item 15, adopt a resolution and close the alleyway off West Hill Street. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second? Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, Ms. Watlington? Ms. Johnson?
Yes. Sorry about that. Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Is anyone opposed to this? If not, the action passes unanimously. Item 16, adopt an ordinance with an effective date of July 13, 2020, designating the property known as the Butler House as a historic landmark. Do I have a
Motion
motion?
to adopt.
And
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem? Yes? Did I get a yes? Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Is there anyone opposed to this item? Hearing no one in opposition, the ordinance is approved unanimously. The next decision is on the Derrida High School Gymnasium as a historic landmark with adopt an ordinance effective July 13th, designating the property known as the Derrida High School Gymnasium as a historic landmark. Do I have a
Motion to
motion?
adopt.
And second? All right. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
What's the smudgy built? Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Newton?
Yes.
I think he played in elementary school there. Is there anyone in opposition to this ordinance?
Is that why it's historic?
And hearing no opposition, the motion passes unanimously. Item 18, adopt an ordinance with an effective date of July 13th, designating the property known as the Ford Motor Company Assembly Plant as a historic landmark. Do I have a
Motion to
motion and a
adopt.
second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell. There'll be a plaque named for you in that building. Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Is there anyone who in opposition to the ordinance? If not, the motion passes unanimously. Adopt an ordinance with an effective date of July 13, 2020, designating the property known as the Nevin School as a historic landmark. A motion
to adopt.
and second.
Second.
All right, any discussion? All right, hearing no discussion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Is there anyone in opposition? Hearing no one in opposition, the motion passes unanimously. With that, we have no other items on our agenda for this evening. I would like to call attention to the manager's note on that July 20th is a zoning meeting, but on the 27th, you'll see the items that will be the night. We'll have a public forum, we'll have our COVID report, transportation and transit updates, the CIA update, the CBI annual report, and a closed session if necessary. When we began the meeting, I said that if we wanted to go back into closed session on the events around the lawsuit around the events of June the 2nd, that we could do so if the council chose to. We'd have to have unanimous support to do this. Ms. Johnson, would you like to go into closed session or make a motion to do that? And if we don't do that, we can determine if it's going to be on earlier on the, I'm sorry, I missed the date of the change of time and meeting. Do I have to get a motion for that? To change the zoning meeting? No meeting. So the zoning meeting starts at 4 o'clock. So we could have something either right before the zoning meeting, or we could do it in July the 27th if we don't do it tonight. Ms. Johnson?
Motion to go into closed session.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Is there any discussion? Okay. Hearing no discussion, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We have to have the motion to go.
The motion to go into closed session is pursuant to GS 143-318-1183 to consult with the city attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the city council in the matter of NAACP et al. Versus City of Charlotte et al.
All right. I have to call the vote for, let's see, Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
Mr. Bakari? You're not, I know you don't lack for words, really. Come on. All right, Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell? Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
All right, if there's no, does anyone object to this motion?
Mayor, it has to be unanimous?
It has to be unanimous, so does anyone object to it? I hear no, I'm sorry. Hearing no objections, we're going to go into closed session. That means we get out of this and go into the other one, or we, okay, so. And then we'll have to come back for the adjourning. Okay, so is everybody prepared? We'll go into closed session, go back to your places, and we'll start out.
Go back to the original link, everybody.
was 23 when we started.
We're live now. The clerk is here, the manager, the city attorney's attorney, and Ms. Jackson, and a few other people have hung around. So with that, can I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
Second. All right, that's unanimous?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very
Yeah.
much. See you guys
Bye-bye.
later this week.
Bye.